mute. Start video. Hello? Hello, do you hear me? Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, well, thank you. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight to come before you very briefly. I would not use this time tonight to get into an extensive update report. I will be having a town hall meeting to give an update on District 109 as well as the Opa-locka area. So I'm just basically going to hit on just a couple of things, and then I'll give my information out. And those who would like to be a part of my town hall meeting in person, where I can be able to answer some questions on some of the major substantive legislation that was passed during this legislative session. Is that all right, commissioners and Mr. Mayor? And with that being said, let me just say that I am so honored to have this privilege to serve the great people in the great city of Opa-locka, Florida. There's great things ahead, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that as we move forward to do the great things in this great city. My life and my history goes almost back 45 years with the late Mayor Helen Miller, the late Mayor, the late Mayor Bob Ingram, Mayor John Riley, the Mayor Myra Taylor, Joseph Kelly, and Mother Kelly, who has gone on to be with our Lord. So just to name a few, so we go way back in terms of our history and our involvement with this great city. It gives me a great pleasure to be able to come tonight to address the citizens of this great city, to just give you a brief report on some of the appropriations that we put forth in the legislature this past session. This year, we passed the largest and the, should I say, the most historic budget in the state of Florida in my 13 years as a state rep. Our budget was $101.5 billion budget. Quite naturally, the federal government put some dollars in that to make it that big. And we did some things this year that I think is going to benefit not only our city, but education and other areas throughout our county and throughout this state. But very briefly, let me just say that there's a couple of items, appropriation items, that I was able to put into the House appropriation bill, which was the general appropriation bill, which was 5001, to be able to bring back some funding for the city of Opa-locka. And I'm just going to go very briefly over two of the items, and then the other items that I was able to get for the other part of the district, I'll do that during our town hall meeting. The first item that I would like to bring to your attention for this past legislative session was the police monies for the new police station that we want to get here in the city of Opa-locka. And I would be remiss if I did not say that I have to take my hat off to Mr. John Pace, the city manager, who provided me with all of the necessary documentations and assisted me in putting this packet together so that I can present this before the appropriation committees in order for us to be in a posture to receive dollars from the state legislature. I want to thank Mr. John Pace, along with Mr. George Ellis and Mr. Austin and all the rest of the team who have worked so hard to help me to help facilitate and navigate this through the process in the legislature. With that being said, we were able to get appropriated or secure $1,125,000 toward a new police station for the city of Opa-locka. We asked at the beginning for $3.6 million, but the full appropriations committee gave me what they recommended in doing the negotiation, 50% of that, which was 1.8 million. And when we got into our conference committee, we were able to negotiate down to the number that I just gave you. So we will be receiving, after the governor, it's on the governor's desk, after the governor makes his final decision, we hope to be receiving $1,125,000. I was with the governor on the last 3 days, and I have been keeping in touch with his office to make sure that those dollars and the dollars that was appropriated in the general appropriation bill is very needed and much needed for this city. With that being said, let me just move now to the second bill that we were able to put in this past legislative session, which was the bill to assist, or should I say, to help the Parks and Recreation Department. We put in $100,000 for the Parks and Recreation to help with fencing, security, and other things that relate to that particular bill or that particular appropriation. And we were able to get the $100,000 approved in this year's budget. Those are two items that are very key. I have been working now for the last 3 years trying to get a police station for the city of Opa-locka. And I ask for your prayers as we go back next legislative session to ask for more money so we can possibly one day have a new police station for the city of Opa-locka and other projects that we'll be addressing during our next legislative session. I have worked very closely with the city manager, Mr. John Pace, dealing with other issues that address our city. And I have to say that we have been moving very swiftly with the Glorietta situation, with the flooding, and we're moving in terms of getting closer and closer to being able to return back about 37 families who are now in hotels because of the major flooding we had some months ago. And I want to thank the city manager once again for he and the owners, as well as the other parts or the other team that's involved to try to bring that to a closure. And there's some great things are happening and progress are being made. And we'll come back at some point and discuss that. With that, I want to give my information for those who might not know where I'm located. I'm here in the great city of Opa-locka at 13300 Northwest 27th Avenue. And the telephone number is 305-953-3086. And let me just go ahead and give you my my email. That's James, James, .bush, BUSH, at myflorida, we spell that out, FLORDA, house, HOUSE.gov. Once again, James, .bush, at myfloridahouse.gov. That's my email, I give you my telephone number, and I would like for you to call the office. If you would like to discuss any of your issues or you have issues and problems, you can call my office and we'll set up a time. And in addition to the appropriation, we had some bills that was passed, and I would not go over the bills tonight. I'll just give you the number of the bills, and you can call my office and we'll give you more in detail. Matter of fact, we'll give you copies of the bills, as well as go through any discussion. That is, should I say, House Bill 7072 was a social media platform bill dealing with Facebook and all, and that was a very interesting bill, and it has a lot of things that you might need to know. So please give my office a call, and we'll forward you a copy, and also I'll be able to answer any questions. We had another bill that the governor just signed into law, was House Bill 7A, which is gaming and gambling with the Indian tribe, and that bill was passed. And if you have any questions on that, I will be able to provide you information as well. We have also Senate Bill 90, which is an election bill. There are some changes would be taking place during election times in the future. And you will have enough time now to do what is necessary to get yourselves prepared so you can go through the process of being able to exercise that vote. And then we would also like to bring to your attention House Bill 1, which deals with combating public disorder. And that bill has a lot of information that you need to know. And please contact my office once again at 305-953-3086. And you will be able to receive the necessary information as well as the bills and documentations to assist you. And I will assist you in any way in terms of answering questions at all. But with that being said, Mr. Mayor, I was moving through this very quickly because I don't want to waste too much of your time tonight. So you can go ahead on and take care of the business at hand. With that being said, I want to thank you once again for this opportunity to come before the great people of the city of Opa-locka. And we're looking forward to continue to represent you in the 109th district.
Thank you, Representative Bush. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Burke?
Representative Bush,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Burke, I really want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the great work that you have been doing on behalf of the city of Opa-locka. I know you've always had a so-called connection to our police department, and you did a great job
Thank you.
with what you could get for our police, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work on behalf of the people of the great city of Opa-locka, Representative Bush. All the years that I've been here, we've never had a representative work as hard as you do for our city, and that's the truth. And once again, I would like to say thank you very much for the hard work that you're doing for this great city, Representative Bush. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate
Mr.
that.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor Williams?
Good evening, Representative Bush. This is Vice Mayor Williams. We thank you wholeheartedly for all the tremendous work that you accomplished this legislative season. But we know that you have a track record of years and years of making things happen. And for us here in the great city of Opa-locka, we extend our true appreciation, gratitude for all that you did this season, for bringing that much money into Opa-locka, that we will be able to see the fruits of our labor, and not only as a commission, but as a city for years to come. So we thank you, and we continue to forge this partnership that we've built with you. You know that, and you always tell me your door is always open and your phone lines are always available. So we truly thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Representative Bush, as always, as a mentor and advocate to the great city. We appreciate you, and we're glad to have you. I'm sure our residents will benefit extremely from a new police headquarters, as well as those funds that were pledged for our Parks and Recreation Department to aid our senior services. So from the bottom of my heart, in the most sincerest manner, I think I speak for the residents, my colleagues, both on the commission and on running the day-to-day, that we really appreciate this push and this fight, as it's been years in the making. So thank you for all the work that you do, and continue to be a light. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Commissioner.
Commissioner Taylor?
Representative, thank you for everything that you're doing and that you're going to do for the great city of Opa-locka. And we just want to extend that level of gratitude to you for the work that you've done and the work that you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Representative Bush, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues who said everything that needs to be said on behalf of this city. We recognize and appreciate your constant fight in Tallahassee and day-to-day for our residents, in terms of bringing on the funds that we need in order to move this city forward. It's the first time in quite a few years that we've received dollars from Tallahassee, and it's largely due to the work of Representative Bush up there in Tallahassee, making those relationships and connections on behalf of the city. And that's due to that years of experience of doing that over the decades as a representative of this district. So thank you very much, Representative Bush, on that regard. And also, I know you kind of touched on it briefly, but the work that you're doing in Glorietta Gardens on behalf of the people and addressing that flooding is something that's impacting the lives of hundreds of families directly and preparing for this flooding season. We're just thankful and happy that you are going above and beyond the call of duty to assist Opa-locka. So thank you, thank you, thank you on behalf of our residents, our commission, everyone. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm quite sure Helen Miller and all of the rest of them, Bob Ingram and all, are smiling in heaven to see y'all taking care of business on that dance. And so y'all continue to do the good work. Thank you so much.
All right, I want to move on to Citizens Forum. Madam Clerk, would you introduce Citizens Forum?
Good evening. City of Opa-locka Commission meetings are held in person at Shabandi Village Auditorium, 215 Purvis Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. Members of the public wishing to address the commission may do so in person or virtually via Zoom. Those persons wishing to participate virtually should register prior to the scheduled meeting time on the city's website at www.opalockafl.gov. When speaking before the commission, please make sure to give your full name and address for the record. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comments. Please adhere to the decorum policy, which is a part of the commission meeting agenda. City commission meetings are aired through live stream at www.youtube.com/user/City of Opa-locka. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. For those that are on Zoom, you can use your raise a hand function if you wish to speak during the Citizens Forum. So at this point in time, for those that are on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand using the function if you would like to speak. With that, I'll open up Citizens Forum for those that are here in the audience. Citizens Forum is open. All right, seeing none in the audience or those on Zoom, Citizens Forum is closed. All right, Madam Attorney. 13-1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with BEA Architects, Inc. for continuing professional architectural and engineering consulting services for the restoration design of the historic fire station and former human resources building within the city, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Burke,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Mr. Manager, could you introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask our Director of CIP, Mr. Aria Austin, come up and present the item. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commission. This item is for the assessment, the structural integrity, and to also develop a set of construction plans should the facility warrant us moving forward with construction and rehabilitation of both facilities. It's also going to give us a dollar value of the construction work ahead of us moving forward with putting it out for bid. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right, floor is open for questions or comments. All right, pull this item. I think this is an amazing item. I think as we look to develop the historic City Hall complex, it is very important that we take in consideration the two buildings that are on that space, the old historic firefighter building and also the HR building. And I just wanted to, and looking at the documents, wanted to get a clear understanding of the purpose that they'll be used for. 'Cause I know when we do assessments and developments, want to be clear about how they're going to work with the city hall restoration and the in use for that. So what is the in use for these two facilities that we're looking to assess and develop?
Well, the HR building, the immediate use would be for support of the field operations for the Parks Department, and an ancillary facility for City Hall. Should there be any functions in there, it would serve as a prep area and other purposes in support of the historic City Hall. The fire station, we had several individuals interested in utilizing it as a firefighters museum. And we hope to have that purpose dedicated once the facility, if we move forward with the reconstruction of that. Rehabilitation, sorry.
So the historic city hall, the building will, HR buildings for ancillary process for support for the historic city hall and also the park, and the other one is for a historic museum. So, do we have like a museum association or group that's involved, engaged? Who are those that will manage that? Because that's a whole nother.
Yes, that's going to be brought forward. We were approached by the Black firefighters, and they wanted to create a museum in that facility.
Awesome, awesome. And then the last question is, how is this funded? Looking at the government, like where is the funding coming from?
The funding for this aspect of the project is going to be coming from a grant, but it's until such time we're going to be taking it out of our city coffers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Austin. I know this is just, I guess, ratifying the agreement between B&A Architects and the city. But what are we kind of looking at as far as capital, like once the capital project goes forward? Are we anticipating this project to simultaneously be done with the rehabilitation of City Hall?
We're hopeful for that to take place, and that's why we're going through this process. It allows us to have a cost-ready set of drawings. Should we need to apply for a grant, it will be a shovel-ready project. And we could also have some historical dollars to rehabilitate the facility once they see we are serious about moving forward with construction.
Okay. And then I also know that Historic City Hall, of course, has a historical designation from the state of Florida.
Correct.
Does that designation also extend to the other two structures, the fire station and the HR building?
Not to the HR building, but to the fire station.
Got it. Is there anything that we can do as a city to put forth such designation?
I have not researched that as yet, Mr. Commissioner, but we will do so.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know through the mayor the answer to that question, if I could put a request in to have it in writing.
Okay.
I know that, historic designation does come with many benefits. So I would like to see, what those options are and how it could potentially play into the long-term impact of the project.
Okay.
So thank you.
Through the mayor.
Vice Mayor Williams.
Through the mayor to Mr. Austin. Does the grant cover the entire cost of the funding?
It's just, right now, the grant would just cover the engineering study. And once that is done, we go forward with once we have a project per se, which is a design and construction drawings, we'll move forward for the application for construction as well. Right now, it just covers the engineering of the project.
Through the mayor, I have another question. Through the mayor to Mr. Austin, I have another question. So will there be any money that we, through Opa-locka, have to pay through our budget to finance this project after the grant pays for the engineering?
After the grant pays for the engineer, we need to put it out to bid. And at that time, a determination will be made on how it will be funded.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, there are no other questions? All right, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Burke,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Madam Attorney, I know that we passed the consent agenda, resolution 13-2. And last night at our CRA meeting, we had to modify this for it to be do a co-application with the city. Does that have to take place with this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you would pull it and make the appropriate motion that would include what was done at the CRA meeting, we'll make the change and give the change to the clerk so it can be a joint application.
All right. Do I have a motion to amend the agenda to pull the 13-2 from the consent agenda?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Taylor. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor, Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Burke,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 13-2.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the city manager to submit an application for participation in the Florida Main Street Program, providing for representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Burke,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Mr. Manager, would you introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask Mr. Gregory Gay to come up and introduce the item appropriately.
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. This is an application with the Florida Main Street Program. In order to be a part of this particular program, we're looking at focusing within our downtown area to look at opportunities to retain some of our historical properties, as well as look at economic opportunities for development. This was an application that we had looked at last year, but we didn't have all of the documentation and the support in place in order to move forward with it. But we kept our eye on the prize. And this year we were afforded the opportunity to be a part of the application process. The application actually comes out on June 1st, and it is our intention upon your approval to move forward with that. And this will be a joint application with the City of Opa-locka and the Opa-locka Community Redevelopment Agency. The application is actually due by September 1st. So we have a good 2 months to put everything in place to make that application move forward. If you have any questions, I'll address them.
All right, thank you. Mr. Manager, since this is your item, are you going to friendly amendment to make those changes?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so what's the exact that we need to make?
The change would be making it so that it can be a joint application between the CRA and the city. And so somebody will make sure that that's included in the in any amendment, then we'll make the change.
All right, so the item has been amended by the city manager to our co-application with the CRA for this project. Any comments, questions, thoughts? All right, do we want to say that I met with the director of the program today, and it's an amazing opportunity, and I requested that she come and present to the commission. One of the key components of this Main Street program is that it kind of makes you, if you ever been to historic districts in other cities, you will see the different lights in the business corridor and the restaurants and those things. This organization, this program helps the city to establish something like that here in Opa-locka. And one of the key components that they said for this to be successful is having a engaged community to continue this program moving forward. So this is like a 5 to 10 year process just to get started, but it can go on for quite a bit of time. So they suggest that we get a board of the community to make sure that this program moves forward. So for all those that may be interested in our community and developing this, this is like a dual historic preservation and economic development plan that needs support of the community to make sure that it continues to move forward. So as we submit our application and we go through this process, if it rings a bell for anyone interested, I'll strongly encourage those to join in and be a part of this amazing development that may happen in the city if we have that support. So much respect, Mr. Gay, and all those involved in making sure that this program is brought forth to the city, and look forward to hearing more. All right. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Burke,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Madam Attorney, 15A1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the final site plan for the construction and operation of a construction and demolition waste processing facility on the property located at 3805 Northwest 132nd Street, identified by folio 08-2129-010-0090 in the I-3 zoning district, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager and was deferred from the 4/28/21 regular commission meeting.
Do I have a motion? Oh, this is a public hearing item. Mr. Gay, I believe, got to introduce this item and then open up a public hearing.
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. Items, actually items 1, 2, and there's another item, item 16A, 16B1. These items are companion items. Item 1 is to deal with the site plan for this particular project. Presently, this site is being utilized as a truck parking facility. The property owners are looking to expand their operation to do a construction and demolition waste processing facility. On this 4.7 acre site, they intend to build a 40,000 square foot structure, which is where the processing of the construction and debris demolition materials would be processed within a wholly enclosed building. Some of the features that is a part of this particular site plan is to have the proper stacking of the vehicles coming in. They will be able to accommodate approximately 15 vehicles on the site within their queue to go through the building itself for this unloading of the construction and demolition debris for its particular processing. So they will be able to accommodate several vehicles at one time. They ensured us that they will not have any vehicles off of their property. So, and they did provide an updated traffic study to address those particular issues. The consultant is here to address any of those particular concerns that you have. We did ask them questions relating to the drainage as this area or the roadway adjacent to this area is somewhat prone to flooding during a heavy rain event. They have ensured us that they have enough drains on this particular site, French drains on this site, to accommodate a major storm should one take place, so that they will be adequately addressing the storm water retention on their site. In addition to that, this project will be subject to impact fees associated with water and sewer, public safety, storm water, and roadway improvements. So they will be paying as a part of their permitting process into that particular funding source. I believe that covers most of the items relating to the site plan, the development agreement, which is the next item. If I could go ahead and explain that as well, if it's not a problem. The development agreement basically addresses many of the concerns relating to the development process itself, the timing of the permitting process, as well as some of the requirements that Miami-Dade County Durham has placed on this site as it has to go through their particular permitting process for approval. So those points were addressed as they have to go through a permitting process with Miami-Dade Durham to address those concerns. And the last one, which is dealing with the zoning change is to change it from I3 to I2. The purpose of the change is to allow this particular type of processing facility to take place on this particular site. That item did pass on first reading, and we'll be bringing it before you on second reading. As I said before, we do have the consultants for this particular project here to answer any questions that you may have. If you have any other questions, address them.
Any questions for Mr. Gay?
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams. Well, hold up. Yes, we got a motion before we speak. A question, Madam Attorney? Or do we have to call this the motion to ask the questions first, or do we ask now before public hearing? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, let's do a public hearing. Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Mark Cooper, 15060 Northwest 22 Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida, 33054. Let me just say thank you for the effort you guys are putting in. From the heart, my family benefits from all this great work, and it really shows, and thank you very much, aside from everything. Thank you. I'm against this project. I dropped off a packet. I don't know if I have some packets for you guys.
Could you speak a little closer into the mic?
Sure.
We have a little hard time hearing.
I dropped off a packet, 7 copies or 8 copies for you guys. Back in May, my mom was sick. She had cancer. I flew her into town. She was in Peru. July 6th, she passed away. Someone had dumped illegal garbage. I own the Collard Green place on 22nd Avenue. Someone had dumped garbage. Dade County cited the garbage, $500. I was dealing with my mom's situation. When I finally got around to paying it, I paid the $500. It would become a $5,000 citation, plus the invoice that's here for $480 for the garbage. I dealt with Dade County. Commercial property owners have no right to fight this, and commercial property owners are responsible for the swales in front of their properties. So you have to basically sit there and make sure no one dumps garbage. That being said, Opa-locka is an epidemic for illegal dumping. Before, when the police department was in Alibaba, that area was better policed. Now that they're at City Hall, I put some pictures there, 6 pictures. That's just one avenue from 147th Street to 150th Street. It's just a dumping site. So the idea of changing zoning to allow a property owner to use 20% of his property to build out a building, instead of maximizing the tax base and forcing them to build out a bigger building, and then all the municipal resources are going to be sucked up by the garbage that's brought into our city, doesn't make sense. There's no way to police illegal dumping. It's a crime of opportunity. I'm kind of a vigilante about this. You leave on Saturday, you go home Sunday, Monday, you wake up, there's garbage outside your place. So the idea of zoning is to bring the best use for the property. Here, you're allowing a property owner to build out a 40,000 square foot building when he could build out a 120,000 square foot building that would generate taxes for the city of $30,000 to you, to the city, $30,000 additional a year. So Mr. Gay, last time when Vice Mayor Williams said, what's in it for the city? He said, well, they're going to pay impact fees. Impact fees are a one-time fee that go to the county. The answer doesn't make sense. It's a non-answer. So then the other idea was, well, maybe they can bring employment. By the way, the property next door is already a dump site, and it's run by 3 people, the lady at the gate and the 2 machine operators. So if you want to do a set aside of 5 or 10% of 6 people, you can't do it mathematically. There's nothing in it for the city. We're just going to get inundated with more garbage. There's nothing in it for the city. I put a map of the property in the area. It's page D, I believe. If you guys don't have it, I'll show it to you. This is where the property is. It's right on 37th Avenue. All this area can't be developed. These are all warehouses. Let them develop a warehouse, use the funding from there to help this area, which I own property, to do the sewers and to finance ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. All right, do I have a motion?
Move it for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Floor is open for discussion. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Burke?
okay, I see this item as a construction and demolition waste processing facility. Mr. Mayor, we got a big waste property on the west side of Opa-locka right now that we cannot use and probably won't be able to use for years. I mean, we got to stop letting people think that Opa-locka is a dumping site. I mean, construction and demolition waste services, we can't bring nothing better to this city. And then they say they want us to approve the final site plan in one, and then down in number 3, they're asking for a special exception site plan review. So I can't support any more businesses of this type coming to the city. I'm sure we can find something better to do with that property because if the demolition is from old buildings, then you're bringing in asbestos to the city. You're bringing in all kind of garbage into the city. So I can't support that. I'm sure community development could have came up with something better than a waste and demolition company to bring into our city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams?
I think in my 6 months I've been on this board, I've been very clear about beautification projects, about illegal dumping, and I'll talk about that later in my report. But this right here cannot support. And I'll just say that I've been very clear on my agenda briefings, very clear during other meetings that I've had with the city manager's office, with the community development agency, redevelopment agency. We just have to see something different. And to continue to see these type of resolutions come across my table or our table as a commission is just, I'm sorry, ridiculous. If you lived in Opa-locka, we would not see this. And for us as commission, we live in Opa-locka. We live here. So my question that I ask you, if you don't live here, would you want this in your backyard? And I guarantee your answer would be no. So don't bring it in mine. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I remember when this item was first brought before the commission, I know my colleagues brought up in environmental concerns as well as, just not bringing the kind of oversaturation of certain business to our city, i.e. junkyards, salvage yards, and gas stations, and, just pretty much any sort of car business, which is what we see. In my opinion, I'm in line with my colleagues. I feel as though, the city wouldn't profit or profit from another salvage or junk business. I believe our residents deserve better, and I believe they placed us in office to give them better. And in many ways, this is a step in the direction of doing that. Mr. Mayor, I really want better for our city, and I think my colleagues share the same sentiment. With the project being presented as is, just can't support it tonight. So thank you.
Anyone else? Any other discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
may I have Mr. Gay come up to speak on some of those concerns that were just brought by the commission prior to the vote?
Mayor and Commissioners, you have brought some concerns, and we did provide you with a memo to address many of the concerns that you spoke on. Some of these concerns are things that are within the control of our department, but we have to take in consideration what our zoning code allows. And it's not a matter of our department bringing a project to you. If the code allows for this particular project to go through a process, we have to present the process to you. So that is exactly what we're doing now. We're presenting the process to you for your consideration. And based on your consideration, based on what the code allows, you can make your decision most appropriately. As it relates right now, the site is being utilized as truck parking. And actually the trucks that are parked there are trucks that would normally be moving construction and demolition debris, but now they're just sitting there at this facility. Will that change? Probably not. It will probably continue to operate as a truck parking facility because they have the rights within our zoning code to do so. This particular developer is seeking to do something within the same similar operation, but to be more of a completion of the process where they would be able to process the construction and demolition debris that their trucks are already moving around within our community and through Miami-Dade County. So as you deliberate, I ask that you take those things into consideration. And I know those of you have expressed concerns relating to job opportunities, relating to the environmental concerns. The zoning is what it is until you decide to change it. Yes, there may be opportunities for someone to build a larger warehouse facility for in any particular type of warehouse operation. That's something that the property owner has to make that decision on. And then if they so choose to, it would go through the same process that we're presenting to you at this time. So as far as employment opportunities, they're looking to bring on about 5 to 7 additional employees other than the ones that are driving the trucks as is right now. They've looked at the environmental concerns. They've looked at the stormwater issues that have been expressed, and they looked at they provided you with a traffic study to basically give you a better feel as it relates to how the traffic will be responding to these particular vehicles, which are already there on the site, coming to and from this particular property. So I provide that information to you. If you have any other questions, the consultants are here so that they can be a little bit more specific to address your particular concerns.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that you allow you all have as much information as you can, because if a piece of property is zoned for a certain use, you should understand what can happen if, let's say you deny the special exception, what else can they do? You know, those are the kind of questions perhaps your professionals can give you some direction on, because it's not as cut and dry as we don't want this if in fact your code allows for it. And so that's something you may want to dig a little bit deeper into so that you all clearly understand, you know, what's taking place, and it's not going to infringe upon the applicant's property rights. There's certain things you can do, but then the other things you have already in your code. So I would, if Mr. Gay says you have some other professionals here, I would, if I were the commission, invite them up to educate the commission on their options at this point.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I appreciate that through the mayor to the attorney. But as our legal counsel, wouldn't we kind of refer that request to you, being that you're familiar with our code? Maybe not so familiar with the processes, but sure, sure you are dealing with those processes. So shouldn't that be a question that's referred to you as opposed to an outside entity?
Well, no, actually, this is what your planning department does. This is all they do. So they're going to be more familiar. I mean, I can check if there's some issue as to whether it's fallen in a certain box on your code, but they live in your code every day. So what I'm suggesting is, if he says there are professionals here who are able to answer those questions, I mean, we will look and we'll listen to what they're saying. But at this point, I guess what I'm suggesting to you is the legal issue is denying something that your code allows for. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I think they're going to be able to speak to. So I would just allow that to take place.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say this before Mr. Gay starts. I know in usual practice, of course, I sat on the zoning board, but usually when an entity, comes before the city, we check the code. Obviously, if they're requiring a variance or a special exception, is ultimately a decision of the board, zoning board, as is in this instance was a decision of our board. I guess, Mr. Gay, the specific question would be related to the special exception and I guess the legal ramifications that are dealing with that.
Actually, if I can provide you with some clarity and correction.
It's another item.
That's on another item. This item, or for this property, you're dealing with 3 items. You're dealing with the site plan, you're dealing with the development agreement, and you're dealing with a zoning change. Now, the zoning change, which is an ordinance by 2 readings, the zoning change is the actual change that allows for the C&D operation to occur at this site. And because of the way our agenda is organized, those things come after the resolution. If they could have came within a package simultaneously, I would have presented that as the first item, because that is the main item that pretty much determines whether all the other 2 items should proceed forward. But nonetheless, we are where we are. The site plan, it is allowed based on what they are presenting, because when you look at the site plan itself, it's basically a 40,000 square foot warehouse facility on a 4.7 acre site. What it is utilized for is not based on the site plan.
Okay, so
the second piece is a development agreement, which basically speaks to how the process is for developing the site. And that speaks to it going through Miami-Dade County, Durham, through their review process, And it speaks to other concerns that we may have through our permitting process and making sure that those particular concerns are adhered to, especially with an area that is somewhat prone to flooding. We want to make sure that this particular site will be able to retain their stormwater and be able to process their stormwater on site and basically not have any vehicles parking on the public right of way during the period of operation. Those are the questions that you had expressed to us, and those are the responses that we provided with you. Bala is here if you wanted to get some more specific information, because she is the engineer that's been shepherding this project through its process. So she can provide you a little bit more insight, but that's basically the synopsis that we deal with thus far.
Okay, so pretty much the site plan and developer agreement, our hands are pretty much tied because the code and is outlined in the code that they can ultimately operate.
What is being designed for this site is within the code. And the development agreement is basically an agreement to the process of what's being built on the site.
Okay, so the special.
The main component that needs to be decided as a part of the operation of the C&D processing facility is the zoning change.
Okay, so my question is, what are the legal ramifications of not approving the special exception, or AKA the zoning change of the site plan review?
So
That's not a question.
I guess that's a question to the attorney.
If I may, through the mayor. So the items that are on your agenda are being brought, it's in a legal form. Everything is as it's supposed to be. So if you all decide to deny it, if the decision of the commission is to deny the first item, because we're not at the special exception item yet, then what we're trying to communicate is that your current code allows for it. So it's, and it is in an awkward order, but this is how it is before you. So, so in terms of the engineering issues and all of that, I don't deal with any of that. I don't know. But in terms of the legal, whether it's legal, it is before you in a legal manner. It is completely fine. So if you would approve all of these items, everything's laid out, it matches. Now there's certain things you can do, and you do have control over certain things. You could certainly, there's some special exception issues, you can look at that, and maybe, if you take something back or something can, be renegotiated or whatever, you do have some things that you can do. But I'm just trying to tell you, I don't want you to walk into an issue that your code allows for. And that's why we're having a conversation. Okay,
So hearing the information that's presented, the site plan and checking zoning and the code, this business it can legally operate. And I didn't hear a clear answer on, I guess if the site plan wasn't approved, and I guess if we can be sued or any sort of action can be taken against the city.
Forgive me, I would prefer not to put something on a record saying you could be sued or not sued. Or, I represent the city, right? So I am trying to be very careful with the words that I'm using so that, nothing that we say is going to be used against us or anything like that.
Okay.
But.
Okay, understood, Madam Attorney. So with that, I'll just leave it alone. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Burke.
To the attorney. Mr. Attorney, just because something is allowed in our code in our city, are you saying that we have to allow it? Because I'm sure some of these cities have things that are allowed in their city, but they pick and choose what they want to come into their city. So if I'm hearing right, I'm hearing you saying, because it's allowed in our code, we have to allow it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what you have in this particular zoning district, which is industrial. It allows for certain uses. And if it allows for the use, and this is a property owner, and you somehow say, no, you can't do that, but then you turn to a page in your code and it allows for that use, yeah, that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying, but Mr. Gay can dive more into, this specific use, but if it does fall within this industrial use and it's outlined in the code, and maybe you want to dive a little deeper, Mr. Gay, and explain.
Yes, I'll dive a little bit deeper. A while back, you all asked for some information regarding the differences between I-2 and I-3. I-2 is a liberal industrial use, which allows for C&D operation. It allows for outdoor storage. It allows for a variety of different things that are industrial related uses. I-3 is for planned industrial uses, which is more oriented toward warehousing, but it also allows for the parking of vehicles. It allows for logistical uses that are appropriate within our city. This particular property is presently zoned I-3, which allows for the parking of vehicles, parking of trucks to occur on this particular site. As I stated before, the property owner is looking to expand his operation to do the construction and demolition processing facility. Our I-2 allows that only if it's within a wholly enclosed building. And now I know we do have some situations, but this is one particular situation where the property owner is looking at following our code and doing it through this particular process. And his request for the zoning change would be appropriate for the use that he is seeking to expand into. So I don't know if that provides you a little bit more clarity, but as long as it's within an industrial area, you're going to get industrial uses. And that's pretty much the way our code is crafted at this particular time.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Taylor.
so as of today, the site is used as a parking lot.
It's used as a parking lot for trucks, heavy vehicles, and these heavy vehicles at this time are just parking there.
And the proposal is for them to do an enclosed dumping site.
Their
but it's
proposal is to
recycling.
do an enclosed facility to process construction and demolition debris, which is the vehicles that are already present on the site. They will be not just parking on the site, but now they will be bringing material to the site for it to be processed.
Which is what our code allows for at this moment.
Excuse me?
Which is what our code allows at this moment.
Yes. The code allows it with the zoning change.
With the zoning change.
With the zoning change. Changing the zoning from I-3 to I-2 will allow for the construction and demolition debris processing facility to occur at this site.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. So we have the site plan, the developer agreement, and a special exception, all on the
No
table.
special exception. You have a zoning change.
Zoning change. Okay. If we approve the site plan, the developer, and the developer agreement, what happens to the zoning change? And don't approve the zoning change, what's the implication?
The implications would be that they could build a building. Don't know what that building would be utilized for. Maybe it'll just be another warehouse facility. The truck parking will most likely continue to operate, but there will be no processing of the construction and demolition debris, which is what the sole purpose of the building to be developed on the site is to have that processing done within a wholly enclosed building.
So pretty much if we go forward with the site plan and the developer agreement, if the zoning change isn't established that recognizes the applied for use, they can build it, they can, ultimately go forward with the agreement that's in place, but the use will not be permitted.
The
Correct.
construction and demolition use would not be permitted. There are other uses that are allowed under I-3. They could be able to do that. Don't know if that's something that's within their form of operation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gay.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, through to Mr. Gay, I noticed under the findings on page 142, it said, however, at the top, it says page 8 of 11. It says the applicant verbally informed the Planning and Community Development Department that petitions were submitted to the surrounding businesses for signatures, comments, or possible opposition. And your findings was that that you all have not received, your department did not receive. I was wondering, have you received any of these petitions before or after the printing of this agenda?
We have not, and actually that is part of the notification process. Whenever there is a proposal for a project or a zoning change, the applicant has to do a notification to the adjacent property owners. In some cases, it's just the immediate adjacent property owners, and in some cases, you have to do it within a 500-foot radius of the site itself. They did provide that where they did submit that information out to the adjacent property owners for comment. At this time, I'm not aware that we have received any comments back. Usually, they have a certain time period to provide that information. And if it's provided within a timely manner, we would submit that information as a part of the application, a part of the packet to the commission.
So you know for a fact the petitions went out to the surrounding businesses, but your department haven't received, although it says as indicated by the applicant.
They provided us with a list of all of the adjacent property owners that they submitted this notification out to.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on item 15A1 for the approval of the site plan? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Burke,
No.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
No.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
15A2.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the development agreement between the City of Opa-locka and 3805 Northwest 132nd Street, LLC, for the construction and operation of a construction and demolition waste processing facility on the property located at 3805 Northwest 132nd Street, identified by folio 08-2129-010-0090 in the I-3 zoning district, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager. It's deferred from the regular commission meeting on 4/28/2021.
This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Mr. Gay, you want to introduce this item?
This is a companion item to the item that you just addressed. This is dealing with the development agreement. Within the development agreement, we've made modifications in section 9 and section 10 to speak to the specifics as it relates to this particular operation as a construction and demolition debris processing facility. We included some of the requirements as prescribed by Miami-Dade County, Durham, to be within the development agreement so that not only do they have to go through the process for the permitting, it is also addressed within the development agreement that they will address those particular concerns. Also, we did include information relating to the job prospect and going through that particular process. And even though the job numbers might be viewed as somewhat limited, there are job opportunities nonetheless. They intend to hire 5 to 7 people to work this particular operation beyond the number of people that they have on the site at this time. And they were also looking at hosting 2 job fairs, one for the construction of the new facility and one for the continual operation of the construction and demolition of debris facility once that is constructed and built. Everything else is basically speaking to standard language that we have as a part of our development agreements. Other than that, if you have any other questions relating to the things that have been added on to this particular development agreement, I can address them at this time. We do have the consultant here who may provide some additional information relating to some of the concerns relating to this particular development agreement.
Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Mark Cooper, 15060 Northwest 22nd Avenue. I just want to bring your attention to my map D, the property that's denoted number 4. That's Frank Vega's property on 135th Street that has a development agreement with the city of Opa-locka for about 4 or 5 years. Nothing's happened on the property. No one pushes ahead. You drive up and down 135th Street, and what you get is a mouthful of dust because it's just parking on sand and the street's just a dust bowl. I don't think Opa-locka does a very good job with these development agreements. I'm not sure about this applicant. There's nothing about him, but I think it's more about the city. There's a history of being okey-dokey by these development agreements, and please be aware of it. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. This is a time if the consultants or developers that have this project, if they want to say any words, this is the time for you to do so.
Good evening. My name is Ed Tappers. I'm the attorney. I represent the developer, Mr. Armando Leon, who's present here. And I'm from 990 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I want to give Mr. Burke and Vice Mayor, just want to give you a quick understanding. C&D is construction debris. This is not garbage. As been telling, this is not a waste site. This is actually environmentally friendly. It is approved by the EPA. This is something that helps our community, helps our nation overall. This is debris that's being reused and recycled for construction purposes. This is debris that's not going to landfills and being incinerated and wasted. That's the purpose of this facility. Trucks will come in with construction debris, which is concrete, anything coming out of a demolition of a construction building. It's going to be separated and it's going to be recycled and reused. The trucks will come in, dump the materials, it gets separated, it leaves. This is not making Opa-locka a dumpster. That's not what the purpose is. This is making Opa-locka advance in the future of our green planet, if that's what we want to get to. So I think there's a misconception being brought here about the garbage. And as the gentleman said, yes, I understand when they dump garbage, because my mom has a business too, and every time they dump garbage in front of her fiberglass company, she's responsible for it. This is actually going to prevent that. Another benefit to the city, besides employment, besides Mr. Leon dumping another $500,000 into this property to redevelop it, besides the $1 million you already put into it in setting up the drains, is that when we get a hurricane, guess what happens to all the debris in Opa-locka? It stays in Opa-locka. While other cities have trucks coming in, picking up debris, and taking them to facilities for recycling. This is going to be a benefit for the city of Opa-locka, especially during a hurricane. I asked the city to reconsider and actually dig a little bit into what C&D is and how the EPA views C&D. Thank you.
I'm Bala Somasundaram.
Ma'am, could you move the mic up closer?
Sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Bala Somasundaram, living at 556 Northwest 53rd Street, Boca Raton, Florida. I'm an engineering consultant for Mr. Armando de Leon. I just want to address Mr. Burke, sir. You were concerned about the asbestos. Okay, typically, sir, what happens is when you go ahead and you want to demolish any facility, any structure, you go ahead and you pull a permit, sir. And as part of those permit requirements, they're supposed to go ahead and see if, first of all, there's asbestos in that building, in that structure. So you have like a filter right there, sir. So asbestos will not necessarily come to the site. And generally the demolition debris material, when they come to the site, they come with some sort of like a disposal manifest, sir. So we know, where the origin, where it is coming from. I just wanted to go ahead and, clarify that. Do you have any other questions about asbestos or anything, sir, as an environmental concern?
This is a time for public hearing, so you make your addresses. And if the commission wants to call anyone back up, they can at the time.
I didn't know the procedure. Okay, thank you.
All right, public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
Moving for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Burke,
Second for discussion.
second by Commissioner Davis. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Burke?
who's responsible for enforcing our development agreement? What department does that fall on, Mr. Manager? Enforcing our development agreements?
So that matter would be referred to my department through community development. If there's needs to be any enforcement of development agreements based on a timeline or anything that's not being followed based on a development agreement.
Because I know mostly we do these development agreements on almost every project, but the development agreements aren't enforced. The development agreements are just put there, and then if they say, oh, well, we're going to hire 2 or 3 Opa-locka employees, nobody goes to make sure they hire their employees. We do these development agreements, and they're not enforced. So here's another one. Who's going to enforce it? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? All right. In echoing the sentiments of Commissioner Burke about the development agreement, in this development agreement under 9K, the owner agrees to host job fairs. And during the last commission meeting, this is an item that we talked about how we continue as a city to push for developers to come in here and hire our community and host job fairs to make sure that our community gets first shot at those jobs. We see in this development agreement that they will be participating with CareerSource, but to this day, I have not seen a job fair, even though we've passed quite a few development agreements from these companies that show us that they are abiding by this agreement and letting the city know about those jobs. We asked to find from management and community development and HR to find out how we could ensure that that happens. And I would like to get an answer about how we as a city are holding developers to these job fairs, and how are we as a city promoting these jobs to our community. So, Mr. Manager.
Thank you for your comments and question, Mr. Mayor. I think it's essential, when we look at the development agreements and we look at job fairs and various different requirements that we place in the agreements to hold the entities accountable, that a process is put in place to ensure checks and balances at my level and all levels within city government. And so I do, me being here now for over a year and a half, and seeing some of the input that has been provided by the commission in regards to what encompasses in various sections of the development agreements, comments that have been made tonight, I think it is prudent upon us to make sure that we do our due diligence and responsibility to ensure that these requirements that are encompassed in these development agreements are actually adhered to. And that's by holding those employers' feet to the fire as far as showing documentation of their attempts to recruit Opa-locka employees, let it be through career source or any other means, as well as show some type of accountability to the city commission. Ensure that the votes that you guys provide to us in supporting these items that come through this board meets the best good foot forward for our residents of the community. That's really, Mr. Mayor, how I kind of want to frame my answer to your question. If you want to, unless there's something you're trying to get a set response to.
The question is exactly how are we as a city requiring these developers to abide by the development agreement and submit these jobs to us, and how we as a city are promoting those jobs to our community? That's the question.
Mr. Gay, you want to speak on current process?
Yes. I would like to at least remind you all that the development process is not a process that takes place overnight. The development agreements that you have agreed to probably over the last year and a half, 2 years, those projects are still going through a permitting process. So they haven't gotten to that point where they're looking to hire people either for construction or once the construction is done, being able to hire people as the end service provider for these particular projects. So we're still going through the permitting process. And once they get to the end of that particular process, that's when they look at hiring their contractors and hiring their laborers to actually do the work. There's a couple projects that have gone through that particular process. We actually have one project today, Centerpoint. They received their certificate of occupancy today. And that's a project that had been ongoing. It actually started as a different project, and it was just completed officially today. So they're actually had gone through the process of hiring through Career Source. As to the numbers of how their hiring was done, I don't have that information available right now. But now they're looking at where the end user is going to come in and how they will be able to do some hiring relating to that particular project. So we try to monitor as best we can how that particular process and how the development agreement is being addressed. Yes, there are some projects that are still going through the permit process after 4 years. And it's unfortunate that the project has taken the amount of time that it has. But once that whole process begins, it's really onus upon the developer to move it through that permitting process as quickly as possible. There have been some issues over the years where we've had executive orders from the governor. And the funny thing about executive orders is that they have an impact on the language of development agreements. And they actually can suspend the development agreement for a period of time while that executive order is in place. We just had an executive order for COVID-19 that affects your development agreement. And for the last 14 months, pretty much any development agreement that was approved was put into suspension. Now, if it's really then upon the developer whether they want to utilize that to give them some relief as it relates to going through the permit process, or whether they're really being aggressive and moving forward and going through the permit process as aggressively as possible, because time is money to them and they don't want to wait, for 6 months or 9 months or for a pandemic to end. They need to get the project moving forward, and they want to do it as aggressively as possible. So I've given you both perspectives of what we're dealing with as it relates to the development agreement. As our issues become a little bit more apparent, we try to be as aggressive as possible in getting information from these developers and from these property owners to address all the concerns relating to their development agreement. Understand that the development agreement in most cases is a 30-year agreement for them to address certain terms under particular timelines. Some developers have moved very aggressively and some have lagged behind. But we're trying to do our best to move those particular developments forward as quickly as possible.
As elected officials who campaign around this city and represent the people of this city, one of the key things that a lot of our residents ask for and want are jobs. And as we sit here on this dais and continue to advocate for policies and processes to ensure that our community gets hired, it's extremely frustrating to not be able to get clear answers on how to make that happen. Literally last commission meeting, or the last time this item was before us, we even presented some ideas for management to figure out how to make happen, like tie in the submission of job fairs or job opportunities to our city, to the development permits, to let it get in some type of notification, putting that in the actual development agreement for them to submit the jobs, and to have look at this item and to see none of that in here. I just want to know why. Can we tie the development agreements, these permits and the certificate of occupancy to the submission of jobs to the city? Is that possible?
I'll address it from this standpoint. There are certain aspects to job placement that bears some legal matters as it relates to not showing a preference for color, age, religious background, and what have you. Can we tie those things? We can basically take your suggestions as this development agreement was, somewhat crafted ahead of time, and between the last commission meeting and now, we were able to add some of the language relating to that. But there's some of the other things that might bear some legal matters that we would need to address that a little bit more specifically. So if it is your suggestion to make those particular modifications, we can look at that and we can bring this particular document back to you.
That's what we said last time. So how long does it take? So in particular, I'm looking at section 10 of the development agreement on page 233. And in it, it says that in accordance with section 613.322I of Florida statutes, the city needs to approve the following additional development permits upon proper submission of all requirements and city review and inspections in order for the owner to develop the project. And it has several items that it has to be submitted. Can it be added that they have to submit a list of jobs and also the date and flyer of a job fair? Is that possible for us to include as an amendment to this agreement, either under section 10 or section 9, K, where it says the owner agrees to host a job fair? Can we amend it to say the owner agrees to submit a flyer for the job fairs for the date and location for jobs for this site? Is that possible in this development agreement to make an amendment right now? Yes or no?
I believe it can. I will have to defer to the attorney to make sure that they meet that legal.
If the applicant agrees to that, yes.
So the answer is yes, Mr. Mayor.
They can.
So this is what we're talking about and frustration we have as a commission, because those are things that we want to see happen. And we ask for professionals to figure that out for us, so that we have these documents and we can promote and advocate for new developments to come into this city and know that our people are going to get hired and know that we have that in place. So those are things that we're looking for. Simple as that. So
Mr.
do
Mayor,
we need to make a
can you-
motion to make an
Mr. Mayor, can you
amendment?
put that on the record again, just so that everybody's clear what they're agreeing to and staff knows what to put in the document?
Yes, so that's why I was going to ask, what is the exact language? Is it under K, the owner agrees to submit flyers? Is it under 10? Which one would be much more of a clear policy that we can hold this development accountable to sending us that documentation?
Sure,
The
well-
language, I'm not a policy language person.
We'll find a place for it. It looks like it would probably go under K. I'm just trying to figure out what the language is that you just described.
So it's either whichever one is best, but we want to tie the moving forward of this project to the submission of job descriptions and a date for the job fairs of the job fair, or whatever job fairs, to the issuance of any permits of occupancy. I don't know the language, but that's the intent. And my colleagues, if they have anything else to add to that, or am I off in that regard?
Mr. Mayor, I was also looking through the mayor to Mr. Gay. I was also looking, I know the last meeting we talked about an environmental clause. Is that in here?
All right, we'll come back to
Oh,
environment.
yeah,
Let's
okay. No.
follow through with this job first, and I'll come
Thank
back to you.
you.
I got you on
Okay.
that. I want to confuse them right now. Anyone else has any, did I get that right from my colleagues? I just want to know if I did.
I mean, I agree with the amendment as is, Mr. Mayor. But I think that's important, just moving forward, to have submission of those job descriptions and more, I guess, detailed information about those sort of opportunities.
Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
thank you for keeping me on track. I agree with you with that because that is essential to know. I would also like to take it one step further to make sure that the accountability piece is there, that we can say a business provided a job fair, but how do we know that residents were actually hired? So, I employ the staff to do some type of survey or to look back at those businesses that we have presently, just to make sure that we're saying, but I do agree with Mr. Mayor that we do need to have something in the agreement now that does identify employment status for at least our residents.
All right, so then I think we can add, so I had three things: submission of job descriptions, the job fair flyers, and then I guess now what you're bringing forward is that they submit the residency of those that are hired, so that we at least are aware and we can promote that. So we awarded this
Mr.
development
Mayor,
contract.
Mr. Mayor, let me just,
Hold on. We awarded that development contract, and at least we get that data as a city. So I think that's what you're referring to. Is that right?
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think what I'm asking is not for it to be placed in a development agreement. What I'm asking is for the staff to be able to report back to the commission with some type of findings that the developers are actually hiring, so that we can make an educated decision moving forward if they're doing it. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I just want to make it one step further with the staff, that I believe that's what we need, to have some type of report.
Okay. Madam Attorney, you said you wanted to weigh in on that?
yes, if you look at J, there is a memorandum of understanding. One of the things that you have agreed.
Where are you located?
J under 9J.
Yes.
You have agreed to work with Career Source And they're actually doing Career Source South Florida, and they're actually doing some things to work with Opa-locka residents through the assistance of Career Source, because your staff, you know, we actually spent, I guess when I first got here, quite a long time going through this section and, you know, what could be legal, what wasn't, what Career Source was willing to do, how they could help the city, what they have a memorandum of understanding between the city and Opa-locka that's in existence. And then the city would provide the owner with a copy of the reference memorandum of understanding and any additional documentation required by this requirement. So your staff is not really equipped to, you know, do some of the stuff that you're saying, but they do work with a third-party entity that is supposed to help with, you know, and ensure that some of this stuff is getting done and that Opa-locka residents are being filtered to this, the applicant. So they, as a part of this agreement, the applicant has already seen this part. They're already aware of this. So one of the things you want to be careful about is there are certain legal things that you can do. There's certain things that you can do, and then there's certain things you're going to be going too far to do. You can't require them necessarily. If it was city property and you were putting out a bid document and, you know, you had a local preference or something like that, that's different. But this is their property. They're agreeing to do certain things. They're going to use good faith efforts to do it. You can't, you know, the city's not going to be able to say, you know, we're going to come in and if you don't have, you know, X number of people hired, then we're closing you down. I mean, you can't do that. But what's happening in these development agreements, we try to go as far as we possibly could by putting as much language as we could. And we could certainly go back and look at it and see if there's any other cities are more advanced since the time that we looked at it, you know, a year ago now. But the city does have something in place right now. Now, I don't know if any of the projects have gotten this far where you've actually had, like Mr. Gay was just saying a while ago, that, you know, you have a lot of development agreements maybe that you sign, but because the process is so long, those things haven't come into play yet.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. And I appreciate you pointing out the Career Source. I'm very, very familiar with our relationship with Career Source. I know when I first got back home, I worked as a community organizer to help to get the first source ordinance passed in the county. And we use Career Source as the place where to encourage all of our contractors to use Career Source to assist them in securing Miami-Dade County residents. And that has been spread out throughout the city. So I'm very familiar, and I see that in this item J, the owner agrees to employ residents through the assistance of Career Source. So it's utilizing that office. In particular, and I understand that once a project is built, there's very little that we can do as a city to hold them accountable in any way, shape, or form, because they have rights as property and that period. So I think the intent, and correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues, is that we want a little more accountability in making sure that these jobs that are spoken about in this agreement and spoken about here are actually promoted to our residents. So, and the idea is that to tie the development permits and issuance to just simply submitting a flyer for their anticipated job fair and job descriptions, so that we as a city can share that with our residents. So is that something we can't do? That's really the question. Is there what language do we need to do it? The developers have agreed to it. So what is the exact language that we need in order to make that a policy of this agreement and hopefully of future agreements, but at least starting with this one today.
From what I understand, you're asking for specific dates. Are they going to really know the specific dates right now?
No, not specific. They would, when they develop their project, they're going to have their project. They know that they're going to have to hire people to work on it once the facility is up, and they know what they're going to need. They just let us know so that we can promote it. That's simply it. It's just to submit that flyer. It's not holding them to a specific date. It's not holding them to a specific number. It's just for them to submit, hey, we're about to open up. We're gonna need people to hire. Here is the information, City of Opa-locka, of the job opportunities on our site. And this is when we plan to host a fair for people to come and apply. If that's conjunction with Career Source, if that's conjunction with whatever, it's just them letting us know so that we can, as a city, let our residents know.
So, Mr. Mayor, what you can say in this section that we pointed out earlier is in conjunction with Career Source, and the proper name would be inserted, developer shall submit a hiring plan to city as to the number of employees anticipated to be hired and positions, period.
Okay, so that's one. What about letting us know about job fairs? Because in K, it says to host job fairs before and during the construction phase.
I think that's already there.
I know, but there is not telling us as a city when these job fairs will happen. So that's the thing.
So we'll just add to that same paragraph where the job fairs are already mentioned that and will notify city.
We'll notify the city of when those job fairs will take place.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's amendment on the floor. Do I have a motion for that?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Burke.
I don't think really our problem is the development agreement. I think it's us, the city of Opa-locka, enforcing the development agreement. Okay, we'll sit here, we'll pass the development agreement, and then once it's signed and it's passed, that's it. It doesn't come up again. We don't hear nothing from Career Source. Matter of fact, we just had that truck place that just finished over there off of 30-something Avenue. They're finished now. I'm sure we did a development agreement with them. How many Opa-locka residents, how many residents did they hire? We don't know. But I'm saying until we decide what department or somebody from our city is gonna take up enforcing and looking at these development agreements, there's no sense in having them. There's no sense in putting all this effort into the development agreement if we're not gonna enforce it. And for years, we haven't been enforcing them. So we just pass them, and it's a done deal until we can find a way or find someone that will enforce our development agreement. We're wasting our time.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, just to address the question, Commissioner Burke. So one of the first steps, and then I completely wholeheartedly agree, and we do need to take action to make sure that we hold management accountable for the enforcement of those development agreements. But we need to at least put in development, because based upon this, there is no language that tells them they have to tell us when these job fairs are happening or what jobs are out there. It just says we encourage. It says they can host, and it says they can work with Career Source. But we can't take any action as a city on the things that you're saying if we don't have any commitments from them to give us the information we need to act and hold management accountable for. So that's what the proposed amendment is. So if we want to make that amendment to address that, we just need a motion and a second and a vote, and we can move on. Do I have a motion?
Okay, you better, for the amendment,
Mm-hmm.
move it.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Burke, second by Commissioner Davis. Any discussion on this item? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Burke,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and Vice Mayor, I'll get to the environment. The second thing on this development agreement I want to clear about is traffic study. During our last commission meeting, we talked about the traffic of these trucks. We were made aware that there was over 100 potential trucks coming into this city, and we conducted a traffic study. Could you tell us what that traffic study found, and whether or not will there be trucks lined up on our streets for this particular facility?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we did receive the traffic study and we looked at it and we were able to summarize a few things. Based on the traffic study information, they estimate that they will have approximately 31 traffic trips coming into the facility in the morning time and approximately 28 traffic trips to occur in the evening time. So that basically added up to an average of about 60 traffic trips coming in and out of the facility on a daily basis. The way the facility is designed to accommodate up to 15 truck vehicles at one time without having any spillover or trucks to be parking on the public right of way. So the way this particular facility has been developed and designed, it is taken in consideration that we would like to have as much of the truck traffic to occur on the site itself. In addition to that, there are approximately 20 parking spaces. So if the overflow situation should happen to occur, they will be able to bring those particular vehicles on site and have them park on a temporary basis until the queue is cleared.
Say that again. What would they do if they have too many?
They have a queuing for 15 vehicles to be serviced at one time, and they have additional 20 parking spaces that are on site. So the vehicles will be parked on site instead of within the public right of way, and wait till the vehicles that are already in the queue for the servicing and the trash removal, the C&D removal, for that to be addressed. And then they will queue up again with those additional vehicles for them to unload and be processed.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Vice Mayor, Environment. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, I have actually a few questions. I was looking through, I know the last conversation we had at the last commission meeting, we talked about an environmental clause. You did assure me that that would be placed in the developer's agreement, not just for this company, but just moving forward. Was that something that was
There is
done?
actually an application they will have to do with Miami-Dade Durham, and that application has the clause information that is a part of that. I believe it was referenced, let me find the section.
So again, and that was your answer last time, but I would like to see that clause, and that's actually what I asked for this time, is a clause in Opa-locka's development agreement, not Durham. That's separate from our development agreement. So I was just wondering, did that happen?
Within the development agreement, in section 9, under letters O, it speaks to the environmental protection and long-term impacts. It talks about the air, where the C&D operations will be held within a wholly enclosed building. It speaks to the groundwater and soil, where also by it being within a wholly enclosed building, the opportunity for contamination to occur outside of that is reduced. And it speaks to the Durham, what the Durham permit requires as a part of the site plan, materials, and the closure plan, and all of those particular items. So that is actually letters O and P within the development agreement.
Through the mayor.
You have to still have the floor. You still have the floor.
So, and thank you for reading that, the piece through Durham. So my question again, can we place an environmental clause in the developer agreement for the city of Opa-locka?
I don't think we would have a problem with actually placing that clause within the development agreement. We've already utilized some of the language from the Durham requirements as well. So I would just have to be able to identify what that clause would look like and whether, make sure that it's not something that would be in conflict.
Madam Attorney, if you can.
Yeah, we don't regulate that, Vice Mayor, through the mayor. We do not regulate the environmental requirements. There are state and federal agencies that do. And so we can't, we could possibly, change our code, put something, I can see what's in our code, first of all. I don't think there's anything, that specific, and it's not in most codes because we have county requirements, state requirements, federal requirements, and we fall under all of those. And so we don't, it has to go to another entity to get certain environmental permits and checkoffs. So it may be, we don't want to have anything that's inconsistent with what the developer would already have to do anyway, because we don't have a special department, I don't think, that is charged with, going out and looking at those things, because we don't have to. We already have state, federal, county agencies doing those things. And so while we could put some language that developer will abide by all state, county, federal, that's something they have to do anyway to get the rightful permits in order to operate. So it doesn't really, it's not going to impact us at all, if you follow me.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gay, who conducts the traffic study, the staff or the developer?
The developer. The developer provides that information.
I don't know of my colleagues. I just want to have a discussion. Is that something that we're okay with, that the staff does not do the traffic study, or we allow the developer to do that? Because I don't know, and I say I'm the new kid on the block, but I do have a problem with that.
Commissioner Davis, you have a response?
Yes, if you're asking for a commission input, I too share those concerns. I was the one actually at the last meeting that proffered the traffic study and asked if one had been done. I know in my experience as a commissioner in dealing with these sort of situations, it's usually proffered by the developer. And my response, the response I received from staff was pretty much, it was, it's a budget thing. So it's either we pay for it or the developers. Of course, if the developer is paying for it, the traffic study more than likely will probably favor, I'm sure, more on the development side than the city side, as most agreements that are ultimately drafted by, initial parties. Mr. Gay?
If I may add, traffic studies are important to us. It actually gives us an insight as to what the demands are on our infrastructure and our facilities, roadway facilities within the city. Upon receiving that traffic study, we immediately forwarded to our Public Works Department and had the Director of Public Works review the documentation to make sure that it met whatever particular engineering requirements relating to what a traffic study is supposed to provide. So while we may not actually have the staffing to go out and conduct our own traffic study, our Public Works Department does have the staffing to at least review what has been provided by the consultants to make sure that it was done consistently.
And Mr. Mayor, just to comment, it is generally done by the applicant. You require them to get it. The city doesn't pay for that or anything like that. Just so you know, the city is operating consistently with other cities by having the applicant pay for the traffic study that gets reviewed by the city. They have to pay for it. There are professionals who do it according to certain guidelines and calculations and specifications that are generally understood, and it should not vary depending on who you get to do it. So it should be something that ought to be relied upon, because these are professionals stamping their, their seal of approval on it. And I just want to go back to one, Vice Mayor, you asked about the environment, and I looked in your code, and under 8.2, it just says environment, and it's a placeholder for it. So I'm thinking what may have happened at some point, and it says reserved. So I'm thinking what may have happened, the city may have had some things in it that were inconsistent with either the county, state, or federal government, and they just basically took it out but left it as a reserved section, because that would make sense. You don't want to have really anything there because it's already done by other agencies. So I just wanted to add to that. I did look and check on that.
Any other questions or comments on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you. Just to kind of, I guess, the legal ramifications, i.e. Referring to the MOU that's currently in place and that defines the developers agreement. This is a question to the attorney, and it's centered on, I guess, the jobs and requesting that sort of thing relocate to our city. Of course, in the developers agreement, I think you alluded to this earlier, that when it comes to certain asks like jobs and the like, ultimately, we have to kind of tread that line, clearly, because ultimately, what will happen is, we can encourage, we can't force, ultimately, any business that is looking to hire, I guess, our residents. So my question, through looking at the developers agreement and looking at what this board wants to do as it relates to jobs and kind of leveraging those opportunities within our city, can an incentive, can we tie it to an incentive and ultimately look at long-term, I guess, the structure of those agreements to make an ask like that more concrete? In addition to that question, I also would just like to ask in a broader sense, of course, looking at the MOU, what are the options? Piggybacking off of Commissioner Burke's point about, ultimately us approving businesses and having the ability to do so and not do so, on enforcement of agreements once they go forth.
Okay, so as to incentives, that is something that would appropriately be done through your CRA, for the CRA staff to come up with some things that they may direct developers to. and possibly give certain incentives for hiring so many people. Money, but you know, that's something, there's a lot of different kind of programs that CRAs have in place that may facilitate something like that.
I'd just like to add a little clarification because there are some properties that are not within the. So we may want to look at this more broadly as incentives will be put forth, you know, from a citywide perspective, and then there may be additional incentives within the CRA. Do I need to say that again? I'll start over. So just to add some clarification, there are some properties or projects that may not occur within the CRA, so we may not want to look at incentives just from the CRA's perspective, and we may want to look at it from a citywide perspective.
Right, and I know, you know, not to kind of throw my CRA board hat, but I know that we are dealing with kind of two separate development plan, the Main Street designation, and ultimately the potential of, as a board, developing a package to incentivize the sort of development that we would like to see. But I guess more broadly speaking, from a citywide perspective, looking at the current structure of our developer agreements and MOUs that we ultimately put together with entities that are looking to build in our city. What, you know, looking at, I guess, what is it? I think it's J, like K and J, those specific subsections of the agreement that speaks to career fairs and job fairs and working with career source and that sort of language. What are the legal ramifications? Because ultimately it is an agreement, and while we can't require businesses to hire a certain percentage of our residents, it could surely be encouraged, and the language does exist. So what are our options?
There have
Madam
been
Attorney?
lawsuits that have been, when that's been attempted, that's not something I would recommend to the city. So work with outside entities like Career Source. So maybe now, maybe you have something, maybe you have more staff, or maybe there's something that's changed. We can certainly revisit. We can certainly revisit the development agreement and look at it with staff and, you know, see what other things could possibly be added. But when you first started speaking, you were right on target with what you were saying. I mean, you do have to be careful with how you're wording it. And like I said, we try to be as aggressive as wording it. And like I said, we try to be as aggressive as at the time that we looked at it as we could.
Okay, well, that's something we can workshop as a board and we can meet individually with you to kind of share our individual concerns. So thank you for the opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Done with my remarks.
Any other discussion on item 15A2? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams?
No.
Commissioner Burke? Mayor Pygott?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
15A3.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the special exception site plan review request for the operation of a concrete batching plant and finished concrete production company facility on the property located at 13050 Northwest 30th Avenue and identified by folio 08-2128-002-0020, 08-2128-002-0030, 08-2128-002-0040, 08-2128-002-0050, 08-2128-002-0060, 08-2128-002-0090, 08-2128-004-0380, and 08-2128-004-0330, excuse me, and the I-2 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
This is a public hearing item. Ask for management to introduce this item. Public hearing.
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. Items 3, 4, 5, and 6 are companion items. They speak on separate actions that need to be addressed. Item 3 is for the special exception to allow for the operation of the concrete batching facility. Item 4 is for the variance relating to the operation being within close proximity to a residential development. Item 5 speaks to a tentative plat, which is being proffered to basically unify the properties. And item 6 is to address a developer's agreement associated with this. I must let you know that this particular operation exists as we speak right now. And it's been in existence for several years. Based on the research that I've done on the property, the first activity of development on the property occurred in 1966. Don't know what that particular type of development was, but with this being within an industrial area, it was most likely to be something industrial. So the reason this is being brought before you, the property recently experienced a change in ownership. And it's because of that change in ownership, and the ownership change took place in July of 2018. Because of the change in ownership, Miami-Dade County, Durham, through their regulatory processes, determined that there were not sufficient information or documentation relating to how this particular concrete batching facility came to be. There was no records of it going through any type of review process within the city of Opa-locka. So they were challenged with the fact that they needed to go through that particular process of making those particular items address. So those are the things that we're bringing before you. There is another item that is associated with the replatting of the property. And it actually speaks to a vacation of a right-of-way, a street right-of-way that is within the middle of this particular property. I'll speak on that a little bit later, but just to introduce the item, this is an existing operation. It's been there for several years, and I actually think this concrete operating facility probably predates a number of residential developments that have occurred in latter years in close proximity to this site. It has been presented before the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval. Staff also recommends approval for these particular items. If you have any questions, I will address them at the appropriate time.
It's a public hearing item. Public hearing is open.
Off so you guys can hear me and I can breathe. Good evening, Hope Calhoun, land use attorney on behalf of the property owner. Mr. Gay said something that I didn't know. I thought it had been in existence for over 15, maybe 20 years, but dating back to the 60s is longer than we knew. So as he stated, my client recently obtained the property. We started this process 2019, coming before a meeting with city staff and getting the required approvals. The good news is, consistent with kind of the theme for the evening that I've heard thus far with regard to development, we're doing what you're looking for, which is we are bringing an existing business that has been in the city for quite a long time into up to today's standards. So the applications that are before you really speak to that. Your current code requires a special exception approval. The existing buildings, landscaping, all the infrastructure has been there for quite some time. We've had to request the variances that you see before you tonight that you see tonight on in your agenda. we're bringing those forward in order to bring the property into compliance with the current code. The tentative plat is also similar to that, so that we have one unified parcel on the property proposed to just, again, make it easier for my client to operate. And then the development agreement is standard, and the vacation, which Mr. Gay said we can address later, really all just goes to having the property continue to operate or just improve the operations of the property for a facility that's been in existence for a very long time in the industrial zoning district. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm here with the project engineer, and we can answer anything that you have for us this evening. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
Moving for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Burke.
to Mr. Gay. From the mayor to Mr. to manager to Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay, I know that company's been back there for a while. When did that company start, when did that company get a license for the city of Opa-locka? Has that been researched?
I have not done any research relating to the licensure of that property. It is my premonition that the property probably did have licensure at some point in time. And it may be potentially due to the fact that there was a change in ownership, that it recently was flagged for whatever particular review process and actually updating their licensure. That's the best that I could tell you.
So, that's okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. That's okay.
I have questions. And I think your question was more for buildings and licensing. When was the last time this property had an occupational license approved?
That's not something that is within my department. That is a building and licensing question. We can ask Mr. Abia to possibly try to address it.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Mr. Manager?
That your question you just asked will require research. And I have no problem having staff conduct proper research to get that, to bring building licensing up here to answer a question that they may not have even been prepared to answer. I would be remiss to allow staff to do that research and provide the answer to that question.
It's very interesting. Buildings and licensing rarely comes up here. Hold on. It's very interesting. In the memo, cover memos, in the manager's memo on page 281, it says that this will bring the operation into compliance. Mr. Manager, is this property operating out of compliance currently?
Mr. Mayor, as with many items that have came before the commission, items that were in past, when there's a change in ownership, a flag came up, and we are attempting to rectify the issue. And it may be the commission's determination to grant whatever determination that they may choose to. Is once we are, you prepared to answer that question? Okay.
I asked the question to management because in here it says the property site is currently being used for the concrete batching plant operation. However, the review and approval of these requests will bring this operation into compliance with city land development regulations and Miami-Dade County Code of Ordinances. So in reading this, it seems as though it is out of compliance with our city land development regulations. So that's my question is whether or not they are in compliance currently.
Mr. Mayor, may I answer? May I respond?
I can't get an answer from our city.
The engineer, the subject matter expert, the engineer, and she may be able to explain, just like Mr. Gay just explained, the flagging process. She may be able to provide more insight.
If I can, let me just preface it with this. As I stated before, there's been a change of ownership. Miami-Dade County, Durham has basically flagged this particular property to basically bring it into compliance. So there are several steps that it needs to take in order to come into compliance. Whether they have licensure or not with the city, that is a matter that needs to be researched. So they may be operational at this particular time. But to address and make corrections as to some of the things relating to its operation going forward, we want to basically be able to do these, bring this legislation before you, having you to address it and make a proper decision in order for this particular operation, which is in existence, to continue to move forward and operate.
All right, Mr. Manager or New Gray, on page 311, in your proposal, I believe this is the Planning and Zoning Board staff report. There's a development review committee, and there are 8 people that are part of that committee, and one of them is buildings and licensing. As a part, I don't see any information here. So you're saying that this went through a development review committee, and in that development review committee, it wasn't researched on whether or not the property is in compliance, and we got to do further research for that? Tell me how that development review committee works if that's the case.
Pretty much the Development Review Committee reviews projects as they come before us. In most cases, the Development Review Committee is put together for new development. Because this was an existing operation, the Development Review Committee was not put in place in order to address it, because we were basically addressing the zoning criterias and the issues relating to how it is operating as it stands right now in order for it to come in compliance with Miami-Dade County, Durham. So no, this particular project did not go before that Development Review Committee because it was not a new development project.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, I'm trying to bring to light a few things because this is a property that literally has closed off streets in our city to operate. Am I incorrect in that? Mr. Manager?
That is correct.
And so much so that literally even on Google Maps, you do not see 2 streets that we see in this picture here. It's not there because this property decided to, this concrete facility decided to block off those streets. I know one of them, I believe, opened back up 131st, but it looks like 130th is still closed. And that's why we're here to, I guess, approve us to vacate that street, that concrete facility blocked off. And now you want us as a commission to approve this. Why?
The purpose of bringing these particular items before you is because of the actions taken by another governmental agency. The other governmental agency required that these particular review process had to occur in order for this existing operation to receive licensure and permits from that particular entity, which is Miami-Dade Durham, in order for it to continue its operations within the city of Opa-locka. So we brought it before you because of those particular reasons. As a part of that review process from the initial onset, and because they were looking at doing a replatting as required by Miami-Dade Durham, it was determined that the street right-of-ways that went through this particular property had not been addressed and had not been vacated in its proper form and fashion. So we've brought all of this legislation before you basically to correct some of the misgivings that had taken place in previous years by previous owners of this particular property. And now you have a new owner that wants to start out fresh with operating this concrete batching facility as it is supposed to be operated within the city of Opa-locka without any ambiguities or any issues relating to city permitting process or Miami-Dade County Durham permitting process. That is why this item is being brought before you.
My concern, and you keep saying it, Durham let us know this. I'm a resident. I knew that wasn't right. Why didn't us as a city who supposed to approve this as compliance, why are we, number one, are there any code enforcement citations on this property?
To put it on record, not that we're aware of.
Okay, so there's no code enforcement. So right at the moment, it's operating out of compliance. An outside entity tells us it's operating out of compliance. And we as a city are silent. And when the new property owner comes in, because they went to Durham for some type of probably permit or something like that, Durham investigated and saw that they were operating outside of compliance. And Durham said no. And now we as a city are, what management is proposing to us is to make all these changes. And I'm looking at 4 variances in the next item that we have to do to allow them to number one, there's variances that have to happen on the property. We have to give up a street so we can, I guess, help this property get into compliance so they can get approval with Durham. That don't make sense to me. And I will not support not one of these items presented before us today at all. This property needs to get into compliance with our rules and regulations. They need to let that street that is within our city be a street. And we need to make sure that every business in this city is operating based upon our code. They're getting a proper review with our occupational licenses. And we as a city need to make sure that happens, because that is our code and our regulations. That is all I have to say on this item. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis?
can I say that you're spot on? Yeah, so I pretty much share the same sentiments as the mayor. I know that this business was already in existence before many of the residential properties that exist in the areas, but there is a lot of concern with the business, the concrete platting, the loud noises, and sounds that the residents constantly complain about. Just many reasons not to support a project of this magnitude. I know that, ultimately the new owners, they're coming into a situation where I guess they want to see the property be brought up to speed so that they can operate. But unfortunately, at some point, we're going to have to set the standard in the city. And, the standard is, Opa-locka is not a place to operate illegally, nor is it a dump. And I think in many ways, not supporting a project like this sends a clear message that this commission wants better for its residents. So with that, Mr. Mayor, you're spot on. I support you.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
literally everything you said, I wrote. Thank you. However, I would like to hear from the attorney that is present. I would like to hear from, you said your
Hope
attorney.
Calhoun, yes, the
Oh,
land use
okay.
attorney,
I
yes.
would like, for at least you to be able to do your presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So, Mr. Mayor, I first want to address one thing that you said, and that's with regard to bringing the property into compliance. And I think you said you didn't want to do anything until the property was brought into compliance. So the hearings that we're having tonight is the first step toward bringing the property into compliance. As has already been stated, my client purchased the property and it was existing. The buildings are where they are, not by the doing of my client. And I recognize your frustration, but it is our intent and objective, thank you, to make things better. To the point that you made, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the commissioners, we recognize that there are two streets that are being used that are currently closed. To be quite honest, they go through, continue to hold on it, but they literally transect the property. So to not vacate them, and we haven't gotten to this item yet, I'm just kind of speaking globally, but to try to allow cars to travel through the yellow parts of where we're proposing to vacate. That's the engineer, he's getting ahead of me and excited, but that's okay. So the parts that are highlighted in yellow are not vacated. We're proposing in item 16A1 to vacate them. So that what he was just saying to me is that because this portion of the roadway is already vacated and it's unimproved, so what we're doing on the bottom portion here on 130th Street is making it consistent so that cars don't try to drive down there and get stuck because it's not safe because it's unimproved, as has already been stated. Similarly, the roadway literally bisects the, thank you, 30th Court, which literally bisects the existing business. It's just not safe to have cars, to encourage cars to go through there. Again, we bought an existing business, so we're trying to make it safe so that residents don't happen to make a wrong turn and get caught in the middle of an existing business. With regard to, thank you. We'll just put those down for the moment. And then with regard to the variances that we're seeking, that really goes to what you were just speaking of, and that is bringing the property into compliance. We're talking about a building, a building that is already there. It has been there for more than, I don't know how many years, more than 20, more than 30 years. It is existing. It existed before the residential was put into place. So what we want to do now is make it consistent with the code. In order to make it consistent with the code, we have to seek a variance with regard to the setback, meaning the distance from the residential that came in after us. Similarly, the location of parking spaces, that, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but the site exists as it is today. Our goal is to the best of our ability, make it compliant with your code so that if there is an issue, and my client is probably listening and can hear it, if there is an issue, code enforcement can go out and say, this is what you're supposed to be. This is what your parking is supposed to be, this is what your landscape is supposed to be, and you're not meeting that. That's why we're here tonight, so that the standard can be set and we can be held accountable. With regard to DERM, there is one parcel that currently has licensure by DERM. The reason that we're here tonight on the Plat, the Plat is so that we can unify all of the parcels so that they can all be in compliance and have the same DERM licensure and requirements. Similar to what you were speaking about with regard to the prior agenda item, that's something that's unfortunately not regulated to the best of my knowledge by the city of Opa-locka, but is regulated by others. So again, you have a property owner who is really just trying to do the right thing. He did not know when he purchased the property that it had issues. Once he became aware of the issues, he immediately contacted the engineer. They contacted me, and we started this process 2019. We got to 2018 he started, and then we got delayed last year because of everything that happened, and so that brought us here. So that's the variances, and I think staff has indicated that we have satisfied the criteria for granting the variances. So we would ask that you would please follow that recommendation in addition to the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation of approval, because we do satisfy the criteria. With regard to the site plan and the special exception, again, that is an effort to bring it into compliance. If you allow the applications to be approved tonight, now I'm speaking of item 15A3, again, you will have a standard by which to judge the existing facility that's there, because you will know that you have granted us a special exception, and we have rules and regulations, terms and conditions under which you can hold us accountable to. Again, the tentative plat, which is item 15A5, same, I kind of discussed that already. We're trying to unify the site so that the license can be issued for the entire site, so the entire site can be in compliance with all rules and regulations. The development agreement is standard. We've discussed that tonight through the other project. And then again, item 16A1, which hasn't been before, is not before you yet, is with regard to the life safety of the operation of the whole building, and that's the two yellow highlighted sections I showed you that we were proposing to vacate. So again, we recognize the frustration. This is a business that really is just trying to do the right thing. It's his livelihood. He is in existence. He's been working there, bought what he thought was a thriving and great business, and did not realize that there were issues. He's the good guy that's trying to do the right thing. And again, I just want to stress, with regard to all applications, we have, in accordance with your staff report, have satisfied all of the elements, and we would ask that you would approve it. Again, I'm here to answer questions, as is our project engineer. Thank you very much for allowing me to make the presentation.
Mr. Mayor.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. My question. So is buying a business and not knowing that there were issues with the business the same as me buying a house as is, or not ever seeing a title, or never consulting an appraiser, or it almost, and for me, it seems like something shady, because, no offense to you, but I don't quite understand that. I don't understand how you buy property and not have had any investigation in front of that property to make sure that there was something, which quite frankly, our fault, the city of Opa-locka's fault. We were wrong. We did something wrong. Our within, in terms of code, in terms of not having that business being fined, that should have been done. However, I'm just confused how that happened.
I'm happy to answer. Similar to the analogy you raised about buying a house as is, or buying it and then recognizing mistakes happen, quite honestly. I'm not a real estate attorney. I wasn't a part of the transaction. But what's wonderful about the place that we live, right, America, is that we have the opportunity to correct mistakes. So if you bought a house and there were issues, you would have recourse against the title company, against your insurance company, against the prior owner. All of those things would be available to you. You could correct, someone could correct whatever was wrong. We're asking for the same consideration. My client purchased the property for whatever reason. I wasn't a part of the transaction, nor was the engineer. We don't know why the things were missed. But once he became aware, we immediately started action to try to remedy those things. It's the opportunity we have. That's all that we can do at this point. And given today's world, we just ask that, again, a business that is in existence should hopefully be given the opportunity, a small business, to continue to thrive in this city.
Thank you. And moving forward, Mr. Manager, I would appreciate if the office, if Mr. Gay, you can disclose this information from the beginning, because if Mr. Mayor did not disclose this information, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Madam Hope, you are excellent at what you do. You are excellent
That's a
at
bad
what
way
you
to
do.
start. That's a bad. So before you finish, I will just say this. I'm not sure where you're going. However, we do have to come back for a second.
So, no, I'm just saying, no, you are on point in how you laid out the case. I just wanted to give you your props, okay? So everybody, I give you your props.
Okay,
You did a great job in representing your client.
And if you're gonna say no, I ask you just.
So that's all. I just wanted to give you your props. That's all. Just very clearly.
Thank you.
That was it.
And Mr. Mayor,
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just let me say, Hope Calhoun is very good at what she does. And one of the things that I want the commission to know, and she kind of clearly laid out, I understood what she was saying with respect to the variance issue. The developer, and I'm assuming staff has already gone through and looked at whether they meet the hardship requirements and whether it meets the requirements of our code. If that is the case, then that could be problematic for the city to deny that. So I don't know if you want staff to further explain that, what they did, how they compared to understand that that in fact a variance is warranted under the requirements of your code. That may be something you want to take another look at so that you can hear what your staff has to say about that specific issue of variance. So I bring that and I raise that as a red flag so that you know to zero in on that particular item when you get to it.
That is, thank you for bringing that to our attention. But this is on this item right here. We're talking about approval of special exception. And I am clear, this property is out of compliance. And we will hope that management does its due diligence to ensure that when properties are out of compliance, they get the treatment as any other property that is out of compliance. And before it comes up to the commission, that we do our job to make sure that properties that are out of compliance are in compliance. And I understand that the items proffered today is to give them an exception and a variance to our regulations. And that is something that has to be decided by the people of this community, which is represented by us on this commission. And right now, I do not support this item in no way, shape, or form. So if management wants to defer it and do what management should be doing to ensure that properties like this that are out of compliance do what they need to do, then I'm open to that. But at the end of the day, I will not support this in any way, shape, or form.
Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Manager.
Manager is requesting to defer this item and all companion items related to this matter at this time.
All right, this item has been this 15A3 has been deferred. Madam Attorney, 15A4.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving a variance request for the operation of a concrete batching plant and finished concrete production company facility on the property located at 13050 Northwest 30th Avenue and identified by folios 08-2128-0020, 08-2128-002-0030, 08-2128-002-0040, 08-2128-002-0050, 08-2128-002-0060, 08-2128-002-0090, 08-2128-004-0380, and 08-2128-004-0330 in the I-2 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Is there a motion for this item?
Move it for discussion.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Madam Vice Mayor. This is I'm sorry, this is a public hearing item. I apologize. I wasn't supposed to move it first. Okay, it's a public hearing item. Madam, want to introduce the item?
Mr. Gay? And it's going to be moved for deferral as well, but Mr. Gay can
Yes,
introduce the item.
Yeah, we have to go through the process because we approved the agenda. And each item that we put on this agenda, we have to at least consider for a motion. It can die for a lack of a motion, but it also can be deferred if it is moved. With that, it has to go through the process, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Attorney, to go through a public hearing and also a presentation from management. So, may
Mayor
proceed.
and Commissioners, this is the item for the concrete batching plant requesting a variance for the distance requirement from adjacent residential properties. The purpose of that has been stated previously, and we would like for you to consider it.
All right, public hearing is open.
Good evening, Hope Calhoun on behalf of the property owner. Recognizing how tonight is going, I would like to ask that this item and the companions also be deferred. I will state, however, for the record, that just like we met the criteria for the special exception, we have also met the criteria pursuant to your staff's report and our report given for granting the variance request. But again, I will ask that the item get deferred tonight to the next commission meeting. I would like to ask for all items.
Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Mark Cooper, 15060 Northwest 22nd Avenue. I'm not trying to become, I am Opa-locka, get a certificate, but I know this property and there's a bit of information you guys are missing, that the new owner was the previous tenant of Frank Vega. And perhaps, I'm not sure, I can't testify to it, but those buildings were erected not by the owner, but by the tenant. And so when he walked into the purchase, it was like 3.4 million or something. Bank of America financed it. I looked it up at the time. He knew or must have known or should have known that there was a street or an avenue going right through there. So please investigate that. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second for discussion.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams, second by Commissioner Davis. Floor is open for discussion. Say that even if this item comes up again, I will not be supporting this in any way, shape, or form. And I hope that when this item comes up, I'm also seeing code enforcement enforcement on that site, and also any report on the licensing when it comes up next time, if it is going to be deferred to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
Mr. Manager.
Request this item be deferred to the next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
All right, this item has been deferred. Item 15A4. Yes. 5.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving a tentative plat review request for the operation of a concrete batching plant and finished concrete production company facility on the property located at 13050 Northwest 30th Avenue and identified by folios 08-2128-002-0020, 08-2128-002-0030, 08-2128-002-0040, 08-2128-002-0050, 08-2128-002-0060, 08-2128-002-0090, 08-2128-004-0380, and 08-2128-004-0330, and the I-2 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Mr. Manager, introduce the item.
Please, public hearing. Mr. Mayor.
Mayor and Commissioners, the purpose of this item is where the applicant has offered to do a tentative plat in order to unify the entire site so that it will be operated in its true and proper form. The information was submitted to us, and we did review the information accordingly, and it was presented in its proper format.
All right, public hearing is open.
Good evening, Hope Calhoun on behalf of the applicant for this tentative plat item. And again, we have satisfied all of the criteria required to move this item forward for approval. I just want to say on behalf of the property owner and applicant that he's not here tonight. I assume he's listening, but there is concern raised now with regard to how this property will be treated going forward. We are exercising our rights under your city's code to correct any actions, and your failure to approve them then puts us in jeopardy, and potentially other issues could arise as a result of that. So I would just ask that if it's not tonight, we can discuss very closely and carefully the next steps before any punitive actions are taken with regard to my client's property, considering we are here before you this evening and requesting approval. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
I think there was a request for a deferral stated previously by the city manager.
It has to be moved first, and if it's not moved, it dies for, move without any motion.
Make a motion to move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
I second it for discussion.
second by Commissioner Davis. Floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
move to defer the items to the next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
All right, this item has been deferred. Madam Attorney, 15A6.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving a development agreement for the operation of a concrete batching plant and finished concrete production company facility on the property located at 13050 Northwest 30th Avenue and identified by folios 08-2128-002-0020, 08-2128-002-0030, 08-2128-002-0040, 08-2128-002-0050, 08-2128-002-0060, 08-2128-002-0090, 08-2128-004-0380, and 08-2128-004-0330 in the I-2 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. This is for the development agreement, and the purpose of the development agreement is to address all of the criterias, basically from items 3, 4, and 5, and any other items and criteria that would potentially be suggested as it relates to the operations and further development of this concrete batching plant facility. It was presented before the Planning and Zoning Board. It was recommended for approval, and staff also recommends approval for your consideration.
Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Hope Calhoun, land use attorney here on behalf of the property owner, and we would ask that you grant this request. Short of granting this request, we would request a deferral for further consideration at your next available city commission meeting. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
Move it for discussion.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
Second for discussion.
second by Commissioner Davis. Floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager,
I move to have this matter deferred to the next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
all right. This item has been deferred. Madam Attorney, 16A1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving a request from AMD USA, Inc. to close, vacate, and abandon a portion of Northwest 130th Street between Northwest 30th Avenue and Northwest 30th Court, and a portion of Northwest 30th Court between Northwest 130th Street and Northwest 131st Street for the operation of a concrete batching plant and finished concrete production company facility on the property located at 13050 Northwest 30th Avenue and identified by folios 08-2128-002-0020, 08-2128-002-0030, 08-2128-002-0040, 08-2128-002-0050, 08-2128-002-0060, 08-2128-002-0090, 08-2128-004-0380, and 08-2128-004-0330, and the I-2 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open.
Would you like the presentation by staff first?
That's public hearing, so we got to get public first, and then it's introduced by the manager. Planning and zoning items, that's when you present. Right, Madam Attorney?
I did not hear the last part of what you said, Mayor.
So since this is an ordinance, we have to allow public hearing.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. So public hearing is open.
Good evening again. Hope Calhoun on behalf of the property owner. The item before you tonight is the vacation of 2 rights of way within the city of Opa-locka. We previously presented those items on the other public hearing items. You have the backup in your agenda, which shows the same map that we provided earlier with regard to the public hearing items. Again, we are asking that this the rights of way be vacated so that the business can operate in a cohesive manner, recognizing the frustrations that go along with having a business of this sort in the city. Having said that, we have again satisfied all of the criteria laid out in your city's code with regard to vacating an ordinance. We would ask that you would approve it on first reading so that we can move forward to second reading on this. And perhaps all applications can be heard at the second meeting. Short of granting our request, I would ask for a deferral to the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Public hearing is open.
Mark Cooper, 15060 Northwest 22nd Avenue. Now I may want a certificate. The value of an acre of industrial land, it's about unimproved industrial land, it's about $800,000. So keep that in mind if you're going to give away 2 streets, that there's a value there. Thank you.
Public hearing is closed. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, requesting this matter to be deferred until the next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
All right. Before you do that, I do have a few comments and questions because this is almost the 3rd or 4th time that we received a vacation of land from property owners that took city-owned land. And I believe that other properties, we requested some type of appraisal of the cost of that land. Has there been any discussion at all in regards to them paying for the land that we own?
Mr. Mayor, it is the intent of the city to sell the land. The vacation has to be done first, as you all are aware, then an appraisal process, and the commission set their expectations of what they desire moving forward. So, yes, sir.
So it's the intent of the city to do that when, because right now, the intent seems to just give away the land.
Has to be vacationed first, and then the sales transaction occurs after the vacationing of the land.
Can I just add to that, if I could?
Uh,
Just your code.
maybe a little bit off, sorry.
What did you say, Mr. Manager?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, you were right, actually, Mr. City Manager. Your city ordinance.
I have to recognize you, all right? At the time, if management, anyone else wants to do that, just give them a moment. So right now, if we were to pass this item, how much would we get as a city for vacating this land if we were to pass this item today? Mr. Manager.
Mr. Gay?
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. Our staff basically, in relationship to vacating public right-of-ways, we've looked at this very intensely. And in most cases, what we do is we do a ballpark estimate as it relates to the adjacent property owners or the adjacent property itself. Being the fact that this property was acquired in July of 2018 at an approximate cost of about $3.5 million, we were able to do a ballpark calculation based on the square footage of that particular acquisition, which came out to approximately around $20 to $25 per square foot. Of course, that was 2 to 3 years ago, and property values may have increased or decreased between that time. So in order for it to be accurate, and the manager is correct, we would have to basically show that we have intent for vacating the property in order to make the next step of doing the acquisition process, which would include getting an appraisal of the property. And the area for the street right-of-way is approximately 10,000 square feet. So I don't want to lock you into a particular number, but you're looking at a significant amount of money for that particular right-of-way.
I am very concerned with that answer. If we were to pass it today, right now, because management has gone through the due diligence process, has gone through attorney review, y'all prepared this item for us to vote upon as something complete, and it has been brought before us right now. And if none of these issues were raised, it may have passed. So if we were to pass it today, how much will we receive as a city?
If you were to pass it today, and not to lock you in to a specific dollar amount, we've guesstimated that this particular right-of-way would range somewhere between $200,000 to $300,000. We don't know what that exact amount is going to be. It would have to be based on the appraisal. So once this legislation piece has been decided upon, it's at that point in time when you move to the next step of getting the appraisal done. If you should decide not to move on it, then the appraisal is moot.
Madam Attorney, if we were to pass this ordinance to close, vacate, and abandon those streets, does the property owner have to give us any funding after that point, if we were to close, vacate, and abandon this portion of the city?
Does the property owner have to give you what, Mayor?
Do they have to pay anything to us as a city if we were to pass this ordinance now to close,
I don't
vacate, and abandon our streets?
I don't think you're at that point yet. You do have a section in your code that talks about vacation of streets and what has to happen as a part of that. If you pass that, we did, I don't know, I know they had done some due diligence on it because we actually talked about it. But what we could do, Mayor, is if they're agreeing to that, we can make sure something is in the record and it's clearer. But I don't think we're at that point yet where, to answer your question.
Okay, so if I recall last time, there was, when we, I think, vacated some alleyways, there was backup documentation that showed that appraisal was done. This is how much the land costed. And it was in the city manager's memo about how much we would get as a city. So now that I'm looking at this item and I don't see that, I'm trying to figure out what's the difference.
Yeah, I believe something has been done because a part of the process is that the applicant shall pay an amount that is the average between the assessed value and the market value of the vacated area. The assessed value shall be obtained from the Miami-Dade County Appraiser's Office, and the market value shall be obtained from the private professional property appraisal. And I know that this was, I don't know if Mr. Gay remembers, but we actually talked about this issue, and I know that staff has done some due diligence already on the issue. So you may want to say what that was.
As I explained before, we've done our due diligence, basically looking at the value of the properties adjacent to this particular right-of-way. Has there been an appraisal? No, there has not. Has there been an offer letter? That has been part of the discussion. And the first step that needs to occur is the actual step to move forward in vacating the property. After you do that, you have an obligation to consider making this property, to have this property considered as surplus. And it's at that particular point in time when the values or the appraisal of the property and the offer letters are introduced as a part of the process. So you still have 2 more steps to take before this process is complete. Just because you're vacating it does not mean that you're giving it up. You're just basically, as a part of the process, basically saying we're initiating the process and we're looking at opportunities to either transact this particular property or the city could decide to use it for something else.
This don't smell right.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I think I've probably been one of the most vocal ones on this whole kind of, just surplusing our public right-of-ways. And of course, it does bring value to the city being that, it's not on our tax rolls, right? This is public land that, ultimately no taxes are being paid on. So obviously the sale of such land will bring an additional amount of revenue to the city. My problem with these sort of, transactions is, ultimately we're giving away our property, our surplus, right? The city, if you will. And in my humble opinion, if we are to do something like that, in return, we should get something of significance, something that's, in my opinion, impactful for our residents. I've never really been in support of these sort of projects. I know my colleagues all share their individual concerns, but my hope is going forward. And I know that, ultimately Mr. Gay is just, working to bring this property up to compliance, given our codes and ordinances. But going forward, I would rather see a more, I don't know, I don't know what can be done, but I'm just not in favor of selling or handing over so many of the city assets. Rather, it has a direct monetary value or not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any other discussion on this item before Mr. Manager defers? All right, Mr. Manager, are you deferring this item?
Can you repeat yourself? I'm sorry, I was listening to the city attorney.
So are you going to defer this item?
Yes, sir. To the
All
next
right.
regularly scheduled commission meeting.
So 16A1 has been deferred. And what's the time certain date? Did you say the time certain date for the ordinance?
Next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
All right, thank you. All right. Item 16A2.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending the annual adopted general proprietary and special revenue funds budgets for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, adjusting revenues and expenditures as reflected in Exhibit A, providing for the expenditure of funds established by the budget, authorizing the city manager to take certain actions, providing for appropriation of all budgets and expenditures, providing for fees consistent with appropriations and amendment, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Yep. This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams, second by Commissioner Taylor. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I defer to my budget administrator.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Bob Anathan, Budget. In respect to the hour, I'm going to try and make this as brief as possible. We'll go through it pretty quickly. Next page, please. What we're going to do is the budget amendment itself has 76 items. We'll go through all 76. We're going to try and hit the highlights and then leave it open for any questions you may have. This is the overview from 40,000 feet. Not all the colors worked out quite the way they look like on paper, but I'll do my best to show you what's going on here. Basically, it breaks into two parts. The left portion of it is the result of what your acting finance director did in working with the county, very aggressively earned the city $1714 million. This budget amendment takes that $1.7 million, breaks it in two parts. We're putting $714,000 into fund balance, which, as you know, is part of what we have to restore to be able to exit from financial emergency. We took the remainder, the $1 million, and we put it into contingency. So you see that in the left column. I'm now going to ask you to go to the upper right portion of that chart, because I want to talk about in total what this budget amendment is going to do. As you see from the upper right section there, under the title Total X the CARES Act, we're talking about a total increase in expenditures of new projects of $2.1 million, offset in part by $700,000 of savings. So a net increase in expenditure for the city in total of $1.396 million. How are we going to pay for it? I'll ask you to look at the bottom part of the chart. Portion of it, $100,000 and change, is going to be from additional revenue. Another $128,000 is going to be from fund balance, and I'll explain that in a moment. And the remainder is going to be through contingency. As you see, it's $1.163 million. So in total, what we're saying is the total city budget's going up by 1.39, essentially $1.4 million. If I now take you back over to the second column, the one that says General Fund Other, I'm going to ask you to look down at the bottom there. You're going to see that of the $1 million that we brought in as contingency, we're going to use $963,000 of it in the general fund. So basically what it boils down to is that the monies that were received as part of the County CARES Act program is basically the primary driver of this particular budget amendment. I will, this this presentation is going to be a little shorter than I intended. In full disclosure, as I went through the package tonight, I noticed the section on safe neighborhood is not part of the presentation. It is part of your package. It is part of the total. As you well know, this is a ordinance. It requires 2 hearings. It will be there in full detail for the second hearing. Next page, please. Okay, very quickly, what I want to do is, there's a fair amount of detail in the general fund. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on that. After that, we'll go through the rest of it pretty quickly. What I've done is break it into a discretionary part, which I hope to demonstrate that even though it is discretionary, made all sense to move forward on it. There's a second category, a little bit bigger, called non-discretionary. Those are things that are pretty well baked in. Things like recognized utility costs will go up and so forth. So there really was not much choice other than to cover it with the budget amendment. The third category there is miscellaneous. You can see it's 32 items, $70,000, a little over $2,000 per item. Funding for it is primarily a little bit of revenue from a grant fund balance, which I'll talk about very briefly, and the rest of the contingencies that we talked about a moment ago. Next page, please. Within the non-discretionary, I'll run through it very quickly. At the top there, this is tri-merge being engaged for a third quarter. The next one there is, this is part of the rollover of the fund balance that I discussed a moment ago. Recognized, didn't catch it before, that within the building maintenance department, there were $64,000 of items that were approved last year, but the work was not finished and has to be spent this year, so we just rolled that across. We have seen a couple times this year that there are senior city employees that are leaving. They have a lot of accrued leave time. We've had to build that up, and in respect of what we see coming, added another $50,000 to it. Electricity streetlights, interesting. The proposal was at a certain level. After the proposal, which was built into the budget, additional lights were brought on, and therefore we have to build up the budget to cover the additional electricity. Ditto the water. Strangely enough, we must have been getting free water because at the end of the last year, 2 new water accounts came on. Totally changed the amount of water we've been used, and this budget recognized that. Next item on there was brought to you before, has to do with the IRS settlement, had to do with the police who were working on their free time, but we were treating them as independent contractors. The IRS settlement says we have to treat them as city employees as long as the city gets paid for it. Next one on it was there were emergency street repairs. Going down very quickly, the city clerk has been operating without an assistant city clerk for several months now. This is to cover a temp to fill in that capacity. Property tax, there was an issue with city property that was sold for certain problems with the deed. It stayed on the city rolls. We ended up paying it. We will be reimbursed by the property owner. Ingram Park roof repair. This is not the major one. This is for a small building over there, but does require roof repair. Pool has pump and piping problems. The pumps have not lasted. They're going to fix the piping so that in the future the pump has a reasonable, useful life. Finally, 2 AC units at the Ingram Park. Within, next page, please. Within the discretionary, again, they're discretionary, but it made all the sense in the world to move forward, subject to your approval. There is a police vehicle. This is a crime investigation vehicle. It made sense to go forward because of the 38,000, close to 31,000 is covered by a grant, so it is self-funded. Determinations made that the best way to get a valid staff pay plan as required by the operational audit is to engage a consultant. So again, that could be deferred, but it certainly made all sense in the world to move forward at this time. In addition to tri-merge, your acting finance director recognized that to get the job done, it would be beneficial to bring in some outside temporary staffing, and that's what that item's all about. Going from there, Sherbondi exercise equipment. This was intended to be last year, never moved forward, and Parks and Rec staff does want to move forward with it right now. Same thing, you've got an awning issue at Ingram Park. It could be deferred, but it really needs to be replaced, so it's on the list for deferral or for acquisition this time. 12,500 for sandbag equipment. They've identified some equipment that allows you to really fill sandbags in a very high rate. Given hurricane season's coming up, it's felt to be an appropriate investment at this time. 10,000 for an incentive for the illegal dumping has been discussed several times, Vice Mayor's program. $10,000 to begin a lease on another police vehicle. Reason for this is the police department has acquired a dog K9 unit. One of the vehicles that they did have is being converted to that. This will be the replacement vehicle for that one. The last one on there is lightning detection. Again, the city always used one, but it really was effective only for local lightning discharges. This one gives you a much longer range, and as I think you know, in Florida, lightning does not necessarily have to come at you from directly overhead. So this is what constitutes both the discretionary and the non-discretionary. I was going through it pretty quickly. Are any items there that you'd like to have discussed further at this point?
All right, floor is open for discussion. All right, a few things. I see some increase. Are there increases to the police budget in this budget?
Police budget only to the extent of police vehicles.
Okay. All right. And I know there was some new legislation that was passed by the state that requires that, I guess, changes to police budget has to be sent up to the state. Could you explain how any increase to a police budget may impact the city?
I'm not aware of any legislation that's come down from the state in that regard. I'll have to look into that. I mean, obviously, any increase in police budget would probably impact fund balance. Or I'm sorry, start with contingency. You still have a contingency of $1.1 million. So if there are any changes in the police budget, that would be the first place you'd offset it with.
Can anyone give any guidance on the bill that passed and increases to police budget and how that affects? I know Florida League of Cities, Miami-Dade League of Cities, a lot of them was against it because it ties our hands as a city in terms of any decreases due to any decreases. So how does that, could someone explain the impact of that on us as a city? Mr. Manager.
You asking for the administration or the?
If you want to answer, I'm going to make sure management answers, but
No,
yeah,
I mean,
if you
I
want to
can
answer, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
I don't have
No, I was just going to say, well, I'm familiar with the bill. I think you're referring to House Bill 1, which speaks to, which people have been calling the anti-protest bill, which of course speaks to protests and how law enforcement and the general public would deal with those kind of public assemblies. Also, the second tier, which I think is your main point of concern, speaks to the fact that the state pretty much has the ability to preempt local law enforcement's budget. So as you know, that's a home rule power. All budgetary decisions are, made by the board as we vote in unison. However, the state is taking a different position to kind of control those decisions. So that power is now being preempted. And I think we're all aware of it, but just don't know the full potential impact as it's, just past this legislative session.
If I may, that sounds like, I'm sorry.
Management, do you want to provide insight?
So I know that Commissioner Davis does represent us on the league, and that's why I deferred to his response. But what could happen is if there's an instance where we're in violation of said statute, that we can have funding reduced at a certain level based on the city's failure to take action in regards to rioting and various other public disturbances that may take place. And that ultimately could affect the police department's budget, where you now may see a surplus. If something down the line occurs, may reduces that number capacity, is what the mayor was speaking on, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it also sounded like concern about defunding, so I would assume the primary focus is if the department wants to take the budget, if the city wants to take the budget down, that sounds like the trigger that would involve the state. Because
Exactly.
it sounds like it's really concerned about defunding the police department.
The concern is cities throughout the state of Florida, which Florida League of Cities, Miami League of Cities were pretty much against, are if there are any if we increase our police budget by any amount, we can't make any decreases.
That was
so my concern is that we're making an increase to the police budget. And let's say next year, we don't need a police vehicle. We don't need these things. That money is forever locked into the police department. So if there are any, in my mind, I would just want to be clear about that, what we're doing. So if there are additional needs, just like we do, we're balancing our general budget. If we have to increase somewhere, we take away somewhere. But it seems as though with this new legislation, with police, if we want to be fiscally responsible, then we would try our best to limit any general increases and then instead make changes within the police budget to accommodate additional needs for our officers. So I wanted to figure out whether that was a consideration as a part of this budget, because I want to make sure that we're careful with this new legislation that can set the city up for action by the state withholding funds and things of that nature if we decide to make increases based upon what we need and in regard needs to make changes. So I just want to know if that was consideration. It sounds like it probably wasn't.
Yes, sir.
So that's one reason why I'm hesitant to move forward with this budget at the time. Also, I've always been on this day has been very hesitant about large budget changes. And this is one of the most items I've seen, one, if not the most, one of the most changes to funds in a budget amendment. So I'm very hesitant about making so many significant changes at one time. But one thing that draws a flag is the funding for something around 24,000, sometimes 24,900. And there's one item in here that meets that criteria, because I always flag those things. That's the 25,000. That's where the manager has discretion to give a contract without a RFP. So one of those is for
it was for the payroll consultant, pay plan consultant.
Exactly, for the pay plan consultant.
And the HR, if I may, the HR director.
Hold on. All right. And this pay plan is something that we've spoken about quite a bit on this day since the Financial Oversight Board. And I've had HR come up before us as a commission many times to state that the pay plan was done and needs to get approved by management and all these different things. And now I'm seeing a budgeted item to approve a $24,900 contract to a consultant without going through the bidding process for this pay plan. So I would like clarity upon, number one, why do we need a consultant to do this pay plan? That's my first question. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question. There have been various drastic changes that have occurred through one pay plan development after another. We felt that, I felt that it was prudent that we had an outside consultant come in and finally just get the pay plan done, and so it can get presented. Instead of work being done, have to be reviewed by the state. By the time it gets to the commission, the plan is 3 or 4 months old, and now it's outdated once again. We have to go back and resurvey other municipalities. So I found it prudent in order to, something that you championed, making sure our employees have a fair wage, a fair working salary, and to try to get it done as expeditiously as possible, would be to bring in a consultant to do so. Now, as far as the dollar amount of who we're going with or anything like that, this is a budgetary consideration that's on tonight's agenda. I have not been solicited. I have not received any contract or any dollar amounts or anything like that, because you just alluded to this $24,900 amount that's below my cap, as if I am already know who's awarded this information or award this contract, and that's not true at all whatsoever. We're trying to just do things more efficiently and effectively and try to get things as quickly as possible instead of kicking the can down the road. Also, we have 2 collective bargaining agreements that we're currently negotiating as well. So I think the pay plan is needed now more than ever, as quickly as possible, in order to make a rational choice, or in order for you all to make a rational choice of this, of is this something necessary to go with or not moving forward. And as well as the state is requesting a study as well. Our governor's designee is requesting a professional study to be done as well, as far as the pay plan is concerned.
If I may, I'd like to add 2 points to that. The HR director did get 3 quotes. This was the lowest of 3. It happened to be 24,900. I don't believe that was by design. But I mean, she did go out and get the quotes, and we have them, and this happened to be the low one. If I can also, the city has tried to do pay plans in the past. City is not really trained to normalize for the difference between the communities they use. When you get a consultant, this is what they do day in, day out, and they know how to normalize. You've got a neighbor, but you've got to normalize for this and that. And if you get a consultant to do that, they're much more experienced in trying to find out the true values.
All right, I'm a little confused. That was a lot. I don't know if you answered my question, and I don't know what other allegations you referring to. My question was very simple. Why do we need a consultant? And I'm hearing that it's to speed up the process, or you said to speed up the process, and you say to, Ms. Manager says to speed up the process, Mr. Anthony says it's because we don't have the capacity. Which one is it?
It's probably both, sir. But what I'm saying is when you get a consultant who does this for a living, they are much more adept at looking at all your neighboring communities and other communities in South Florida and normalize for the wealth of the community, the size of the community, and so forth. Our people are not trained to do that. They've done it on best effort basis. They've tried to find companion communities, if you will, but they're really not trained to normalize for the differences in wealth. I mean, to a certain extent, you can say, well, we'll use Aventura. You don't want to use Aventura because it's a whole different setup there. And even Miami Gardens, it's a much bigger city, and there are differences that a pay plan consultant can normalize better than our own folks can do.
Okay. So in hearing your response about capacity, know that in the past, pay plans were submitted that showed similar cities like West Park and other cities in Miami-Dade County, Sweetwater. So from what I've seen from our HR department in the past, they did the analysis. And I guess we can do a records request to pull that document back up to compare the wages. But what was continued to be put forth was that it was under review and things of that nature. So I'm trying to get clear about it's just different opinions that over these years, and I'm trying to be clear because and then the 24,900, it just so happened that the quotes came in right under the threshold for RFP?
No, sir, it was not an RFP.
I know it wasn't RFP,
Yeah,
but that,
it went out for 3 quotes.
anything over 25,000 has to be a RFP.
Yes,
So,
sir, I
but
understand
there
that.
were quotes provided for this pay plan that is just under that. Because that's the same amount we did for, I believe, if correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, for our police search was 24,900. Was that the same amount?
If that's what you recall, sir.
Yes, sir, it was. It was
It
just
was the
about
same
that.
amount? Okay, all right. So that's what it's, I'm uncomfortable with this budget at the moment due to those two things. The number of items right now, to the consideration about the police budget and the increases to that, and then 3, this particular HR support. And I think we need to make sure that the job is getting done in HR. There's a lot of issues that I've been hearing quite a bit in HR, and I still haven't seen any resolution to that. And this pay plan is, it looks like a resolution to it. And I think hopefully it works out and it is a resolution to one of these things, and I completely support that. But it's just, yeah, that's my comments on this item. Any other comments?
If I may,
Mr.
this was
Mayor.
only a stopping point. I've got some more pages. There are much fewer categories on, so I can go through quickly. But I just wanted to see if there's any questions on the general fund portion of it.
Outside and looking at the rest of these items, I can kind of sort of see you did do a detail that broke down the reasoning for these items. There are a few others that like for, yeah, there's a few others, but it kind of deals with, hold on, let me actually I made a point. Pay plan. Yeah, there were things about legal counsel for utility billing. Now, we're going to increase budget, I think it was like $75,000 for legal counsel for utility billing.
Can I explain that? What
Yes,
we did
please.
is we looked at what was going on for the first 6 months, and out of abundance and caution, just increase. The fact you increase the budget does not give them the authority to just outright spend it. I mean, right now, they spend as they need to spend, and what we want to make sure is that there was a budget there in case the bills came in that way. If the bills come in for a lower amount, that money will just go right back down to the water sewer fund balance. It's just looking at the run rate and saying, we had put 200,000 into the budget. What we saw over the first 6 months said, if they keep on going at this rate, probably going to be higher, and therefore we tried to cover it with this budget amendment.
So, all right, so with one of these, so yeah, we're gonna make $75,000 increase and take it from our contingency. As a sitting commissioner, I would like to know what's going on with utility billing to where we potentially have $75,000 extra in bills. So what is that, and what is going on there to where it gives us that a cost? I would love to get some type of report from management of council to get that understanding. That would be helpful, or some shade, something to let us know that if we're going to approve 75,000 increase to legal counsel for utility billing, like what's going on?
Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
we're actually announcing a shade meeting tonight, and we'll be talking about that issue in addition to other issues that we're seeking guidance on from the commission in the shade meeting. So if you'll allow us to do that.
All right, so yeah, before I will vote in approval, I would like to hear that. Another thing that, since you asked, because it's late and I'm trying to I go through all these, there's another one, 66, where there's a $20,000 that we are providing to transfer penalties from HR to department, where I guess the penalty.
That's just a budget shift. Originally, we charged it to the HR department. They thought it was a very general charge. They recognized it was only related to one person. And the decision was made, rather than have that reported in HR, it was going to be reported in the police department.
Exactly. So that's another increase to the police budget.
Yep.
$20,000. And you see there's increase by vehicle purchases. There's increase to get police dogs. There are increase for, I think it's like 54,000 to get an operational is that an operational manual support for the police department too?
Yes, sir.
So that's a lot of increases in these areas to the budget that we won't be able to decrease based upon what I understand with this legislation. And here it's all this to police, but what about our other departments? I know that we've talked about policy and procedures in quite a few other departments. What are we doing there? So those are the concerns that I have with this budget, and I'm just.
Mr. Mayor, if I may address that $54,000. Again, I don't know how it folds in with this new state legislation, but it comes out, it's not part of the general fund. It comes out of the special law enforcement fund, which is, as you know well, the only way that money can be used is for police affairs, police projects. So again, I don't know if that is part of the threshold that the entire police budget is evaluated at, but it is outside of the general fund. It's a whole different source of revenue. That money has to be used, I'm sorry, if the money is not used for police matters, it can't be used and just sits there.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Sir.
All right, but yeah, those are the concerns that I have. All right. And so I have no other comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you. I just have a point of clarity related to the I guess, the legal, well, I guess I know you're going to discuss it later, but it's more of a finance question. Of course, this is a significant amount of money being proffered for outside legal counsel in the recent budget amendment. Is there a way where these items can, such as outside legal counsel, that sort of thing, can be budgeted for or tracked some sort of way that we can, where we're not expending so much, so frequently on legal fees?
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
meeting that we want to have with you, I think outside legal counsel will be laying out for you a projected budget. And we'll be talking through that. So if you'll allow us to announce it and have that meeting with you, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney.
All right. Any other discussion? I think this should be deferred. If there's any other discussion, we can call for the vote. All right, no further discussion. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
No.
Motion passes 3-1 first reading.
Item 16A3.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 4, entitled Personnel, to create Division 4 of the City of Opa-locka, Opa-locka's Code of Ordinances to be entitled City Holidays, specifically recognizing Juneteenth, Independence Day as a paid city holiday, and specifically citing all other city holidays, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Commissioner Davis and Mayor Pygott.
All right, public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Davis, want to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank you as co-sponsor, Owner Ina. I wanted to sponsor legislation that acknowledges Juneteenth as an observed paid holiday here in our city, so acknowledged citywide. It is important to note that Juneteenth is sometimes referred to as America's true Independence Day. So if you really think about it, on July 4th, 1776, it only represented a day that certain segments of the American population were considered free. So for 89 years, Independence Day was essentially a promise unfulfilled. But on June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger issued an order to the people of Texas and changed everything. It is in this spirit of June 19th or Juneteenth that I proudly put forth this item in acknowledgement of those efforts and recognition of people of color in this country. I understand that it is a fiscal impact. However, I see this designation just as, or actually even more important, as the current 11 paid holidays that the city currently supports. This holiday has been recognized by Miami-Dade County, cities of Miami, cities of South Miami, as well as cities of North Miami Beach. They all have made this important designation. And in my opinion, it's only right to do the same for our employees and our residents. So it's in this humble spirit and acknowledgement, I put this item forth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor Williams?
Yes, the last commission meeting I did co-sponsor this, the item, which I still say is an very important item to have. I did have some questions that the city manager did answer, and I was in agreement, and I was okay with the answers to those questions that I did have in regards to a fiscal impact. And I would actually like to go back and co-sponsor along with you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Commissioner Davis, now that my answers have been satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I humbly accept your co-sponsoring on the item. So, Madam Attorney, if it's noted, and through the mayor.
Yeah, so it'll be the clerk to
clerk,
recognize
okay.
on the item that it has an additional co-sponsor. Okay, on the final item. That doesn't have to be motioned, right? Does it?
The clerk can just add it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on this item? Commissioner Taylor?
The only thing I wanted to say to my colleague, good job for bringing this forth. It's a good look for us as a city, and I just want to thank you for bringing it forth to us.
Thank you all for supporting that.
Commissioner Davis, I want to thank you for recognizing this and to spearheading the establishment of Juneteenth here in the city of Opa-locka. It's very important. This is the day that America became America, where freedom and justice and liberty was instituted in our, literally lived up to its duty to recognize all people as equal. And it is important that this holiday is respected in that regard, and not just a holiday that is supported by one segment of the population, but all of us, where we all together recognize that everyone is equal and free here in America. So I want to thank you for making sure that our city, and we do our due diligence as a government to do that. And I want to impress upon everyone in here to learn a little bit about the significance of this day, and where literally people were enslaved for hundreds of years. Majority of our history as a country was as a slave society. And this day changed that. And it is an amazing accomplishment, and it's correct that it is Juneteenth Independence Day. So thank you, Commissioner Davis, for moving this forward. With that, any other further discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, first reading.
All right. 16B1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the request of 3805 Northwest 132nd Street LLC to rezone the property located at 3805 Northwest 132nd Street, identified by folio 08-2129-010-090 for the construction and operation of a construction and demolition waste processing facility on the property in the I-3 zoning district, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. First reading was held on April 28th, 2021. This is sponsored by the city manager.
All right, public hearing. Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Mark Cooper, 15060 Northwest 22nd Avenue. I want to respond to one distinction that was made between garbage and C&D material. It's a distinction without a difference for purposes of illegal dumping. What's being dumped on our streets is stuff that fits in a pickup truck that someone didn't want to pay to dump, and they found a vacant street somewhere in Opa-locka and dumped it. What we're trying to stop, what I'd like to stop, is the waste stream heading towards Opa-locka so that if a facility is closed, it's not dumped illegally. Waste is very difficult, waste, garbage, whatever, is very difficult to manage. I own the property on the corner of Alexandria Drive and 127th Street. And about 4 or 5 months ago, Durham, I think, I was only watching stuff on YouTube, had the city hire a contractor to clean up Alexandria Drive on an emergency basis. And I sat in front of my place and saw this contractor come in with all his machinery and clean up Alexandria. But I also saw them take the same debris to Cairo Lane and put it in front of a 9-acre property. I took pictures when I was there. I was going to bring it to someone's attention. I got sick with a heart condition, and it kind of fell off my radar. Then I saw not too long that the city passed an item to pay a contractor to clean up Cairo Lane, and then cameras were going to be installed directly to the police department to try to stop waste and illegal dumping. This facility is 1 avenue west of Cairo Lane. At night, Cairo Lane is vacant. Police lights, police whatever you want. Illegal dumping is very fast. I have called 911. They transferred to Opa-locka. Opa-locka says, we'll send someone out there. The person's gone. It's an impossible thing to regulate. It's no one's fault. I'm sure that the applicant doesn't want this for our city, but it's just the reality of things. Thank you. Have a good evening. I gotta go. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
Moving for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second for discussion.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I allow Mr. Gregory Gay to speak on the item.
Mayor and Commissioners, Gregory Gay. This is the rezoning of the property that was addressed in 2 previous items relating to the construction and demolition waste processing facility. In order for this facility to operate at this particular site, the zoning would need to be changed from I-3, which is planned industrial uses, to I-2, which is a liberal industrial use. This item was presented before the Planning and Zoning Board. Planning and Zoning Board did consider this item and recommend approval. And staff does also recommend approval for the rezoning of this site. If you have any questions, I'll address them.
All right, floor is open for discussion. All right,
Well,
Commissioner Davis.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this was the main item that I was kind of focusing on, which deals with pretty much two issues: the rezoning of the property, which is a decision fully left up to the board. Of course, my position is, not in support of any sort of rezoning of the property. And also the use, which is, I guess, been a point of concern. The only reason I approve the site plan and developer agreement is to pretty much steer clear of the legal, I guess, kind of liability that could present itself, being that, our code and laws that were in place would ultimately work against us if we would have, denied that application. However, as it relates to the zoning and use, I can't support the item. I don't know what it means, since we already approved the site plan. I guess they can build and ultimately go forth with the developer's agreement. But I'm not in support of the use and or the zoning change, as I feel that it doesn't positively impact the community. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? I want to state for the record, the reason why I support the site plan, also development plan, is at the very least, this will bring a development to the city and not have a parking lot right there in the city. Secondly, I think the citizen, Mr. Cooper, brought up pretty on point that one of the challenges that this may bring is that people may see Opa-locka as a place of construction debris. And if they come and the facility is closed, they may dump it somewhere else. And in looking at this property, I think it is important because, number one, there's a lot of debris already that come into the city. And this is an opportunity for people to properly dump it nearby. And it's an opportunity for us to direct people to places to dump within the city and hopefully to alleviate the illegal dumping and trash already in the city. Also, I'm very much in support of recycling these materials instead of them going into landfills. And that's important too for our community and for this planet. So that's why I'm in support of it right here, but I can see the direction of my colleagues and not having a full that commission here that this item may fail. And with that, it's a great opportunity. That's where we are at the moment. Yes, unless there's more understanding that needs to be provided or this item is deferred. So with that, is there any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Williams.
I do understand what you're saying. I hear you, and I did was back and forth with this item. However, or with the whole waste facility. However, that was a main concern of mine is when it's closed, now what? And everyone will believe that this is the place where we start dumping everything around this entire facility so that the facility now can then begin to only recycle construction. But if you go around Opa-locka, one of the major things that you see are mattresses. That's not construction. So now what happens to those? Will this waste facility now walk over those mattresses? Will they, and so those are the questions that I have, and those are the issues that I have with the facility. Are they now saying that they're going to go around Opa-locka and collect all the illegal dumping of construction material? So so that's why I'm not in support. I don't know.
All right. Any other discussion on this item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Taylor?
I'm torn, but I would rather a development versus a parking lot. Because as it is now, when you drive over there, it's an eyesore. So they're gonna develop that land and turn it into something that's worth something. I can support that versus just what's there now.
All right. Any other discussion on this item? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
No.
Commissioner Davis,
No.
Mayor Pigot.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-2.
All right, Mr. Manager, your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I prepared a 27-page slideshow tonight, and I know we're going into 11 o'clock. And I would ask the commission if they would want me to go through the 27 pages or highlights. But just to give, just to really just give some insight. I prepared for this commission meeting to be 2 hours long today, so I prepared 27 slides of information. We have made some significant progress, as Representative Bush stated earlier, in regards to appropriations this year. And I'm very excited to see what next year has to bring to us in regards to looking and moving the city forward in a positive direction. Furthermore, I ask for the commission's support in a future meeting. I know many of the commission has requested updates on collective bargaining. And so I will be having the clerk poll the commission on their availability to workshop and discuss collective bargaining in a closed session, correct, Madam Counselor? Yes, in a closed session. So we can discuss both the police union contract negotiations and ASME. So those dates are coming forth as far as polling, as far as, and also rescheduling our last workshop in regards to going over commission priorities. I will be requesting the clerk to solicit dates for those events sometime hopefully in June, July timeframe. The clerk looking at me like, yeah, making sure I don't have it back to back, but we'll try to space it out so, we're able to get more accomplished. In saying that, I did provide, the 27-page slideshow was provided. If anybody on the commission has any specific questions, please, as everybody is aware, they can contact me directly. If they have any questions or even anything they want me to answer publicly at the next meeting, I'm okay with doing that because I think transparency is key, and if we know better, we do better, and I think that's what I always strive to do, no matter what, and no matter what position I'm placed in. So I think that's very significant as a leader to try to exude those leadership values. And those expectations I expect from my staff that report to me on a daily basis. So in saying that, I at this time will take any questions, any pointed questions from the commission in regards to anything related to the city manager's office, in regards to any inquiries or any concerns that I can answer any questions at this time.
Floor is open for questions. Manager, comments for the report.
Mr. Manager,
Vice Mayor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Question to Mr. Manager. As we can see, the topic, the big umbrella tonight was illegal dumping. My question is, where are we moving forward with the illegal dumping initiative, with the cameras? It's just, I'm all over. Yes.
So all over it. So waiting for state approval to come back. For legislation has a fiscal impact. So we have to wait for the state of Florida to come back. I haven't got anything. I don't know if the clerk has got anything in regards to that said legislation. So as soon as the governor's designee renders their opinion on those various pieces of legislation, they're executed, and then a plan of action is actually put in place. So they're right now, that legislation is sitting with our oversight board, or our governor's designee that reviews all legislation that has a fiscal impact or may have a fiscal impact. So that is what is most of the delay, most of the time, is we pass stuff at previous commission meetings, and it takes maybe a month to 30 to 45 days to get through the cycle plan where they review it, and they on one time a month they send a memorandum where, I'm sure you guys probably have gotten them, where you see a whole bunch of legislation that was passed by the commission over the 30 to 45 day period of time, and they do a mass approval, and then we can actually move forward in implementation. So that's where we're looking at, and I will reach out to the governor's designee tomorrow and ask what the status is, and I will make sure I provide you with a personal update.
Thank you. Just to piggyback my own question, I know within that legislation, there was an app that was connected. Is that app that's connected where residents are to report illegal dumping? Is that connected to the budget, or can we begin that app now? Because I've been getting
Oh, no, we can begin with that app now.
calls left and right of illegal dumping in the city. I mean, it's massive. And people are taking pictures, and there's nowhere for them to go other than send them to my phone. And so, I mean, if we can just move forward on the stuff that we can without, I understand the Crime Stoppers part we can't do, but if we can move forward on that part, that would be great.
Sure, I think I can hear you loud and clear, and we'll make sure the click, see, and click next Tuesday goes live. Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, really quick.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Through to the manager, my question is related to the shade meeting that's going to take place regarding the union agreements and collective bargaining. All I ask is that prior to that meeting, that the commission is forwarded those previous agreements that have been in place, so that we have knowledge and background of kind of the city's position as it relates to negotiating union contracts.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, Commissioner Davis, and actually, Madam Clerk, is there any way can we talk to you tomorrow and facilitate getting that information to the commission, the predecessor contracts?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of media attention in regards to a challenge within our buildings department of an employee stealing from the city. This is another challenge that we've been brought to light in the buildings and licensing, from the strip club litigation and the cost that costed our city, to the Durham moratorium and the cost that made to our city, to the liquor store where we had to give up almost all of our surplus property, residential surplus property, and now $250,000. I am very concerned about what is going on, and I would like to know what have management done to make sure there are some checks and balances, because I just cannot believe how that much money can leave a city. And all other nonprofits, anything I ever worked with, there were people who check cash, there are people who supervisors that make sure things are together. So I just cannot believe that happened. And it's like a theme. What has been done to address these challenges in that department?
Mr. Mayor, first, thank you for bringing that up. Based on news reports, those FY 17, 18, and 19 is when those thefts occurred from the city. And I know coming on as city manager, I was very much well aware of, I think some of us were aware of the active criminal investigation that was going on within the building licensing department. So this is not something that is new news. New news is somebody's going to jail, but not new news of something that's being investigated and looked into by entities outside the city of Opa-locka. I have been in meetings with looking at various different options to present to the commission in regards to our building and licensing department. And one of those recommendations, I put out an email to the city commission in regards to building licensing, code enforcement, and one of those options is potentially outsourcing, if not one, both departments. And that announcement came before this employee was indicted for the over almost $215,000 that they did allegedly take from the city of Opa-locka. So in saying that, I've been very, very much abreast and well aware of the challenges that occurred, and that is occurring. So at this point, I'm looking at all options, looking at if we're going to do, and part of my hesitation is this, and we can actually have a discussion of consensus right now, is to a certain extent, we want to move quickly and kind of resolve things, and I can find firms that do business in other communities, and we can do a piggyback contract for potential outsourcing of code enforcement and building department services. But then my difficulty of that is the commission has made it very clear that they don't desire, and I say this in a way, most times when we are approached where a potential piggyback opportunity, my office has always been told as a late to RFP, issue RFP. So I could easily have legislation on today to do a piggyback in regards to outsourcing, building licensing, code enforcement, various other functions. But what I did not want to do is put that on the table, a piggyback, and with the commission maybe putting ourselves in a position where we decline that option. And then now that company that I just requested a piggyback contract from is out there now. And so now we're going to RFP, and I just would like some consensus. So if the commission give me some consensus today, and that can really tell you how I can kind of shape this for the next commission meeting. I can have RFP prepared to look at the options of outsourcing code enforcement, building licensing in various different levels. Or I can have a piggyback contracts prepared and presented to the commission at the next commission meeting with options with a fiscal impact. So if the commission can give me some kind of their thought process on that matter, that can kind of assist me and my staff in how to proceed forward.
You mentioned a few things that raises some flags. So you've been aware of these things since you've been here from day one, all those items. And you also mentioned that things in the past and are occurring. What's occurring now?
There's nothing occurring at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. And now you want us to decide
I'm
and
asking
give
for
you a
direction.
guidance. I mean, hold on, Mr. Manager. We hired you, Mr. Manager, to make these decisions, these tough decisions to manage the day-to-day. So it is, I don't see how that's a policy discussion for us, and it's something that I won't weigh in on because I think that is something that that's what, as role as manager, to decide, to understand, you understand these details more than anyone else, any of us on his dais. And you have the expertise and the knowledge and also the resources and opportunities to consult with other managers on what's the best way to move. I personally would like that recommendation from you about how to move and on this matter. And I just want to be very clear that if there are challenges within this city, and this is what was this whole meeting, it's like we know that there are problems, but we don't address these problems. And these things are brought before us as a commission to approve these things. And I don't like being put in that position. I do not like being put in that position where we don't know what's going on, and then things are brought up and it's questionable. So I look forward to something being done to address this issue because it does not look good. And we do not want that image to be put out that things are not going right and narrow in the city. We want to be very clear that this city is making changes. This city is addressing all these issues, and there's no tolerance at all for the negative wrongdoing at all. So that's all I have to say for that. I do have a few other points because to the police headquarters, we received $1 million for this police headquarters. What's the plan to act on that? Like, because do we have a cost for exactly how much the police department will cost? Do we know when the police department will be built? And if it's only $1 million, does that cover the full cost? And if not, how is that going to be a part of our 5-year recovery plan? And what allocations need to be made to make sure that our police have a headquarters as swiftly as possible? So what are we with utilizing this money to house our police? Where are we in that process now?
So, Mr. Mayor, in one term, we just discussed the budget and how we just had a huge inflating budget and the inflate of police budgeting and how that can affect us not being able to drop expenditures down for the next year based on legislation that's passed. And then now it seems I'm not clear. What I'm asking for the commission tonight is clear in intent and clear in understanding. I work for 5 people. I take guidance from 5 people. I do, based on just some of the things that I've observed, based on just hearing some of the concerns that members of the commission shared even tonight. I just want to make sure that when I put staff to mission or to task tomorrow, and I'm going to answer the police department question, but I want to kind of jump back to the building and licensing part in code. When I put staff to task, I want to make sure when they come back up here, there's a product that's being delivered to the commission, and it's going to happen. Now, as far as the police department and the funding, I've already have been in conversation with staff. And what we're going to do is a multi-phase approach. Since $3.7 million, a roundabout dollar amount to tear down and build up from the ground up. what we're looking at is the dollars that are given this year, use that to tear down the current site, do a proper remediation of that site. Ironically, we talk about recycling today during our commission agenda items and the recycling of goods and tearing construction and stuff like that. And so that dollar amount, the initial amount is going to be used to clear that site. And I think that's more than enough to do so. And I've already been in communications with Representative Bush and starting to do a multi-phased approach where we can spread the funding out this year for tearing down the site and getting the site ready for being built up on. And then next year, requesting additional monies from the legislature in order to actually build the site. So this is not money just going to sit there and go unused. That site does have to be remediated. And there's issues with that site and it can be handled that I feel the funds that are currently allocated that have not been approved by the governor as of yet, by the way, can be used to remediate that land. So that kind of answers the police department part of it. And as far as the city and concerns, Mr. Mayor, you are one that have educated me on many concerns that you've seen, observed with the city prior to me being here and even currently while I'm here right now. And so, yes, government moves slow. We are always aware of allegations. We hear allegations every day of things of wrongdoing that occurs. And that it could be in any department within our government. Government took action, individual was held accountable. And I do take very much seriously my responsibility to residents and to the people that sit up here on this dais. So in saying that, I will put my staff to task tomorrow in regards to my recommendation, and I will bring before the commission and ask for the commission's support in moving these items forward to transform these departments as you all have observed them or as you all see fit. Thank you.
All right. That's the final point because I know we got to wrap up. Last meeting, I requested status of the hurricane preparedness plan, Glorietta substation, and also the bus benches for that to be submitted in writing. And I haven't received that yet. We haven't received that as a commission. And I want to make an additional request, and I'm hoping that we can actually get that. And that is a report on this police headquarters. The stuff that you discussed, if you can clearly lay that out, because I want to know, like, what will the police headquarters look like? Is it going to be the same building? Is it going to be more? Is it going to have different amenities? What is it looking like? Because that's something we want to be able to showcase, to really talk about, hey, we got this $1 million for this project. It's something that we can anticipate. So if we can provide that report to us so that we're clear, that'll be very helpful, along with what are we doing in terms of hurricane season, preparing for our flooding, this hurricane preparedness plans, Glorietta substation, and also the bus benches would be helpful.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Manager.
I'll be looking forward we usually get a legislative check sheet after each commission meeting, and hopefully all those items are outlined there, and I'll make sure staff are placed on task tomorrow to get everything you need as you request, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments or questions of the manager? All right, do we have any official board reports?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any future agenda items? Any reports from the Mayor Commission?
Yeah,
Commissioner Teller?
A couple of things. One, just want to thank everybody that supported bingo, and thank the police department that supported for the police appreciation breakfast. Also, I just want to say that as a commission, I want us to consider our staff and ourselves when we're conducting these meetings and these workshops. Yes, granted, this was a long night, but there's times when we're here with 2 agenda items and we're here for 2 and 3 hours. And then workshops, these people have been here all day all day. And it's almost 11:30, almost midnight. So I just want us to consider that when we're doing these meetings. And then the workshops are becoming more, we seem to be having more workshops than commission meetings. And in these workshops, we're not accomplishing anything. It's just conversation after conversation after conversation after conversation. Then the workshop ends, and then we say, okay, we're gonna continue it at the next workshop. The next workshop comes, and we're gonna continue it at the next workshop. But I just want us to be more cognizant of people's time. Let's just be fair to each other. That's all I'm asking. And that continues my report.
For the sake of time, definitely would like to know more details about how we could, what's a better plan or strategy? I know when I was first on the dais, this was a normal occurrence. So we've gotten a lot better. Yeah, a lot better than before. So let's definitely discuss how we can do better with that, Commissioner Taylor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Williams.
Recently, I also sponsored a firefighter recruitment fair that was extremely successful. Over 100 candidates attended. I do know that the firefighter application is open now. So I'm pretty excited that that happened here. And I want to thank Captain Bell for even coming into Opa-locka and making that happen. And hopefully we get a lot of job opportunities here in Opa-locka. Just to echo the sentiments of Mr. Commissioner Taylor, I agree. I do believe that if we all have our weekly or bi-weekly or monthly or whatever meetings with the manager, then some of the time would be less, would be spent a little bit. These meetings would go faster. So we probably need to revisit our one-on-one meetings with the manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I would first like to acknowledge one of our first citywide Juneteenth events, which will be taking place this June 19th here in Opa-locka at the notorious Arts and Recreation Center, which is over on Alabama Avenue. It's an event that's slated to have food and music and vendors and many cultural performances and experiences. So we encourage our community to come out, be a part, come out on Saturday to enjoy and celebrate the commemorates of Juneteenth here in this great city of Opa-locka. To my colleague, Commissioner Taylor, and to his point, I know we all have, time is of the essence and is, one of our most important assets. And ultimately, how we manage that time determines our success. Because of sunshine and because we're all public officials and laws that are associated with that, we really have our hands tied as to how we kind of interact and, kind of move things along. I hear the concerns, and of course, we could all meet with the manager individually, which is, I'm sure we all exercise that right. But ultimately, in those settings, it's very difficult to gain consensus, right? Because a lot of times we're not talking about necessarily the same subjects. So workshop, spaces oftentimes provide opportunities for us to, gain consensus and kind of get on the same page as far as an agenda, which makes it easier for us to manage the manager and ultimately accomplish our goals. So, I hear the strain that it's putting on staff, and I mean, even us, right? I work, 2 jobs outside of my commitment to the city. So I feel my colleagues' concerns around time. So I look forward to any suggestions that anybody puts forth as far as workshops or meetings or just individual occurrences with the manager to kind of move things along. Thank you.
Just very briefly, I would like to just congratulate and recognize my colleagues for these events, the bingo and celebrating Opa-locka's 95th year history, and along with the amazing full room we had for the firefighters a session, and also this Juneteenth celebration that's going to happen. I'm just excited and proud that we are moving, and also with this meeting that we're having. There's definitely a change here, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. So I want to thank each and every one of you, for staff and everybody that is a part of this process. Like I said, we all working professionals, and this is what we have to do to move our city forward. So thank each and every one of you. And with that, I want to give the attorney time to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notice is hereby given that a private closed-door attorney-client session pursuant to Section 286.011 Florida statutes will be held in the City Commission Chamber, Shabundy Village Auditorium, 215 Purvis Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida, on June 9th, 2021 at 6:00 p.m. Or will be moved to an adjoining room within the building where the auditorium is located. In the matter, which is now pending litigation, George Suarez et al. Versus City of Opa-locka, case number 2017-008, 285-CA-0143. The following individuals will attend: Mayor Matthew Pygott, Vice Mayor Williams, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Burke, Commissioner Taylor, City Manager Don Pate, City Attorney Bernadette Norris Weeks, Assistant City Attorney Michelle Austin Pammies, Candace Cobb, and outside counsel for the City of Opa-locka, Deidre Shaw Wilder. A court reporter will be present to record the start and finish times and all comments made. A copy of the transcript will be made available. Interested parties are invited to express their views in writing at the following address: 780 Fisherman Street, 4th floor, Opa-locka, Florida. Thank you.
All right, do we have any official board appointments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Williams. Everyone have a good evening. Take care.